Hello, hello, hello. This time I'm early. Trying to sort out an issue. Based if true. Troubles connecting to the watch together. You can't do that. I'll just have to stream it over the. Yeah. How's everyone doing? Alright, switching computers. Not even on time, ERB, ATM. Before time. Half a minute before time. So there you go.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are, and you're on stream.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Nice.
Yo. Do you want me to switch computers still, or are we just doing it like this?
I mean,
I'm
you can
sorry.
try. Presumably, it shouldn't take too long. If it doesn't work, then somebody else have to stream it to you.
Yeah, let me log on.
Yeah, keep the.
Are you guys on the? Oh, sorry. Are you on the Watch Together or I've never used this website. I don't know how to navigate it.
Yeah, this is the watch. So there'll be like a little group of 3 people on top right. Sync play, and just click on that, and then join admins group.
What's your name, sweetheart?
Okay.
We also I'll request people keep their cameras off, because then I'll have to change the thing that I worked so hard on, which is it shows a little thing of all our profile pictures when we're talking.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shit, dude.
Wait a minute. So, wait, were you the... I mean, I suppose, well, I'll ask you off stream, because you might want to keep that private.
Oh, okay.
But the thing man realized. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Like I kind of thought I knew the name, you know.
Got a super chat from Griff19 for $5 US. Yeah, so somebody work out who to stream it. I'm already doing 1 stream. I don't want to have 2 going.
No, I get you. Anarcho Econ. Could you?
I'm pretty bad with the streaming that. I'm very not tech savvy. I apologize.
Discord, like share your screen, and I should be able to hear it in real time.
All right. Yeah. Let me see if I can do that.
Yes, we do have a super chat from Griff19. Thank you very much. Good to see everyone together. Feel free to say that this movement is a grassroots movement funded by the working class. Oh, unfortunately, that will mean
is that working for you, Based? It does say that I'm sharing my screen. I think so.
Right, what do I do in the Watch Together website? Do I just click on the recently added one?
You need to join admins group, and then it should sync you up with where we're playing.
Okay.
Otherwise, it won't sync.
Yeah.
Also, the unfortunate part is
sense.
that I do have to rescale my carefully planned.
Play the video for like a second, and I should be able to see if it works or not.
Can you manufacture?
That
Yeah,
working?
it works. It works.
Cool.
Thank you so much. Sorry.
Is everybody else getting that?
Yeah.
Cool.
I have
So-
no idea why it's not working.
So yeah, let me explain a few things to the viewers at home here. So this is a video by Smarter Every Day on it's called like the problem with capitalism or something to that effect. And now a lot of this video is just kind of talking about engineering. It's an engineering channel. Of course, he's going to talk a lot about engineering. That's not really pertinent to what we're discussing today. So I've just embedded like this little timestamp in the top left corner. Maybe I should have done it somewhere else because I'm just realizing that's being covered up by the title. Oh well. So that'll show you the exact timestamp of where in the original video it is, down to the fucking frame even. And then I've got like little sections in there where it's very clear where I've inserted a cut. So we're not taking anybody out of context here. And I suppose now that we're ready to go, how about everybody introduce themselves? So who have we got here?
Who's going first?
You go first because you
I'll
talk
say
first.
hello. Oh, sorry. If you want to go rational frontier, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm Man. I'm also on YouTube by Rational Frontier. I'm a anarcho-capitalist. I'm an objectivist, and I'm here to get slightly dumber every day, I guess. Like watching this video, but, let's debunk everything that this guy has to say about whatever that he has to say, because this doesn't sound good.
Yeah, I'm anarcho econ. I make some ANCAP YouTube videos, and yeah, let's have some fun on the stream.
I am based if true. You can call me Floppa. I didn't choose that name myself. That's just what my community calls me. And I'm an ANCAP. I'm an objectivist. I am Zulu's strongest warrior. What's up?
And yeah, I got a mic. I'm Bronze. I'm here. I'm also an ANCAP. I don't have a channel or anything.
All right, let's get started. I suppose this is the problem with sync play. It will take a while to sync everybody up when we go for play.
Yeah.
Hey, let me see if I can get that working.
Can you manufacture something completely in America? That is still the question. In the first video on this topic, I explained how we tried to make a simple barbecue grill scrubber completely in America. And depending on who you ask, we either succeeded or we failed miserably. This started off as an engineering challenge for me because my parents were auto workers and I wanted to make something in America because that was important to me. But what I learned was way bigger than that. I learned about systemic challenges in our capitalistic system if you have no ethics applied. I learned about things like monopsony, which is a fancy.
Can I pause this? Am I allowed to
Yeah,
pause this?
that's the whole point. That's the whole point of this convoluted system.
Yeah.
It's so everyone can pause it.
I want to say something. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. So one thing I want to say there is like, there's the problem in the capitalistic system with no ethics. Well, capitalism does have a certain ethic. It is the ethic of private property, non-aggression, So this is a contradiction in terms. So capitalism is ethical point of view. So like there cannot be a capitalism with no ethics. That would be jungle law.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's
certainly. I'll just. Oh, sorry.
You go
it's
ahead.
kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Not trying to cut anyone off. I'll just add, I'm not really too fond of the initial even premise of his project, which is trying to create something only in America. I mean, it seems to me that he's just kind of shooting himself in the foot from the start, because it very well may be the case that even though a lot of Chinese goods are cheaper, there's something that's much more beneficial and productive that he could be, exploiting in China. But he's just kind of, or any other country, and he's just kind of cutting that off from himself. So I don't think he has the right starting idea even with producing here.
Yeah, I think on any sort of free trade discussion, which is obviously this whole made in America type of deal, it's very interlinked with the free trade idea. I think it's very useful. Many economists have used this analogy before. But the way you should think about free trade is, imagine if there was this massive box that was just by the ocean. Okay, you put money into this box, and anything you can imagine comes out of that box. You can buy a car through that box. You can buy like exotic spices from that box. You can buy any good that you can imagine. All you got to do is put money into this magic box, and somehow it turns that money into whatever the hell you want, for often cheaper than you get it domestically. It's like, great, wow, this is an incredible magic box. Then one day somebody comes along, and they lift that magic box. Turns out it wasn't so magic. It was just a port, right? You just put money into this port, and then goods come from elsewhere. And that's how the magic box works. And so, yeah, it's really, I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to have to do this like made in America thing. Like, you can still care about quality, whilst getting goods from elsewhere. And in fact, we're going to learn in this video, spoiler alert, I have seen this video, like I had to, because I had to cut it down, right? We're going to see that he does indeed start buying things from overseas anyway. So I'm not sure what the bugbear there really is.
I think it's like,
Fancy word that will go.
Sorry.
certain. Yeah, no problem. I think there's this, like, I don't know what to call it, like economic nationalism, which is very, very stupid, in the sense that, like, manufacturing the same thing within the country, even if it costs more and makes the product shittier, you know, like that's the kind of trade-off that you have to go for, because otherwise, like, if it was genuinely improving the product slash make genuinely bring a good product at a cheaper price, there wouldn't be a problem in the first place. Like, everybody would have been manufacturing locally. The reason people do manufacture globally, and trade with people, is because it makes for a genuinely better product. So you're shooting yourself in the foot for, making yourself poorer in like real wealth terms. For what exactly? Like, I think this notion of nationhood, and even in that, like, even if we take like the nationalist premise, like, shouldn't your concern be the welfare of the people of your nation? Like, you're not even doing that. Like, why is your concern, for example, the welfare of like a small concentrated group of people which are the producers of the good at the cost of the vast majority of people which are the consumers of the good? Like, you are making the majority of people's life worse by doing this, like, trying to be an economic nationalist. So I don't see, even on nationalist premises, how like anybody sees economic nationalism as anything but like a corruption scheme by like companies which want to be shielded from competition from abroad.
What you're not taking into account is the plight of the Canadian banana farmer. Like, what about the Canadian banana farmer? Shouldn't they be able to make bananas themselves, even if those bananas are shittier, even if they're way more expensive, even if you need to like do crazy amounts of terraforming of like the tundra? Shouldn't the Canadians be able to make their bananas themselves? Why let the poor people make them?
Yeah. To second that, I've been hearing my entire life the phrase, oh, now I lost it because I was thinking about the farmers, and then I was thinking about, like, this also goes into, to derail what I was going to say, people also talk about the military aspect of it, right? Like, if we produce things here, then we don't have to worry about fighting wars with other countries, and then they stop letting us get steel or whatever. But the thing is, if that's the case, if countries are mutually trading, then they're less likely to go to war in the first place. The thing I was going to say, it's just my whole life I've always heard the phrase, we got to keep the money here, right? We got to keep the money in the US. It's kind of the idea, right? Like, it didn't really matter. I don't know. It's just another weird economic myth that like money staying inside the national borders is better for the nation, as opposed to leaving and actual goods entering the borders, wild.
It's almost like a reversal in causality, like the real causal effect there, like the money is only as good as it buys you the goods. Like the money is not really important there. Like cash, or even let's say gold, like any sort of money that you have. Suppose you were given all the money in the world, but now you can't trade with anybody. Then, well, it's no good. Like the goal of money is to get goods. The goal of hoarding of money for no reason is not the point. And not hoarding, perhaps hoarding is the wrong word, but like trying to quote unquote keep the money in the country and forcing people to buy worse goods is not making them richer, it's making them poorer.
Yeah, it's I also want to like on specifically that point from Bronze, the military point, like, it's especially strange that it's generally brought up with respect to China. Like, it's pretty much instantaneously. I mean, the US Navy is fucking gigantic. I'm pretty sure they could manage to secure goods. If China's trying to like do something, China loses that a lot more there. Like, if China gets blockaded, goodbye the entire Chinese economy. Like, it's so heavily reliant on trade. That's why you look at anything, it fucking says made in China on it. Imagine if that went away overnight because they went to war with the US. That's not a good calculation for China right there. I don't think China is like this, irrational, like, Mao's gone. Like, China, they do a lot of bad things, certainly. But they're not super expansionist, apart from like, Tibet, which, like Taiwan. Taiwan's under threat from China, certainly. But they're not like crazy expansionist or anything. It doesn't seem like they want to be doing a whole lot of that.
Yeah, and also like I've looked into the Chinese economic situation a little bit. And if I'm wrong on this, people do correct me, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. It's that their domestic market is actually like falling. Like the Chinese consumer is not buying stuff right now. It's almost like all of the Chinese growth in GDP comes from export growth. Like there is no internal growth. So it's almost as if the internal market is in recession, and the only thing that's keeping China alive and quote unquote growing on paper is simply export driven. So if exports go, then I would say the entire Chinese economy just plummets.
Yeah, and I'll also just add on. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to quickly say, like, when you look at these foreign aggressors, right? Well, what is that? Fundamentally, it's a risk. And how do you deal with a risk? Well, you deal with it through insurance. You don't deal with it through the state coming in and trying to figure out the risk. You let private firms and actuaries hired by private firms try to actually, mitigate this risk and figure out, how much what's it called, interest should be on these loans and whatnot. You don't have the state come in and just centrally plan, how we allocate resources. That's never the solution, and it's not the solution here either.
Oh yeah, and a very good argument can be made, a very good argument can be made that, because of certain military reasons, we can't have trade in steel. Well, the idea there should be that, because there is this government military, we do not know what the risk is, and thus there cannot be any rational allocation of, let's say, let's say there was a market in defense right now, and a lot of the quote unquote private military insurance firms, they might stockpile steel, they might diversify their sources of steel, or do 10,000 other things, and how much should they stockpile and how much should they diversify? Those answers are not available to the government military because it is a centrally planned economy. The market for defense is non-existent, and so like the moment you try to like nitpick and go into this, okay, like if this aggressive party can perhaps cut off essential military production resources, then what should we do about it? Well, the government has no answer, and the answer really is, well, we should privatize the military.
Yeah, I just want to say I would like him to define what capitalism is, and like from his perspective, because like obviously from our perspectives, capitalism, like the institutions that define it, are private property and voluntary exchange. So I think he needs to prove that those institutions generate the problem rather than, I guess just simply allowing people to make bad decisions, but yeah, that's all. I know it's irrelevant to what you guys said, but we're only like 20 seconds in the video. If
I'm afraid to talk more.
No worries, I'm adding a speedrun timer for finish one video any percent.
Nice. Let's beat it.
Oh, I'll have to go to dinner in like an hour-ish because I'm out of town with my family. Just mentioning for the stream's sake.
No worries.
You guys can obviously, should stop and wait for me to come back.
Of course. That was the plan. We got the speedrun timer up now, so let's try and get this bitch done.
Into later. There are systemic level issues in the whole manufacturing thing in America that are important to understand, because if you don't understand them,
you see, that's the important point. He thinks that these are systemic issues. These are issues with what system? He names it. These are issues with inherent to capitalism. So we're going to find out what those issues are.
Hopefully.
You will trade short-term gains for long-term freedom and self-reliance. This little project.
So again, this should be setting off little alarm bells when somebody's saying there's systemic problems with capitalism. It's that they're too short-term oriented. If you're familiar with Austrian business cycle theory, this should start sending out alarm bells in your head as to what their true problem might be. But we'll see. We don't want to get too off the wall here.
It's taught me so much, because I thought I was just going to try to flip on some manufacturing capacity here in Alabama, but it's so much bigger than that. It's like kicking a hornet's nest, because now I understand the whole system has a problem, and other people are recognizing that as well. Today on Smarter Every Day, we're going to dive into these issues and try to understand more about the importance of self-reliance and manufacturing in your local area. Let's go get smarter every day. At the end of that last video, I showed you this.
Just a quick thing, which is that, like his project here is to show us the importance of self-reliance. Let's see if he's able to do that. And also, the further question that, if people remember the essay by Leonard Reed and popularized by Milton Friedman, I pencil, right? Like, you actually do benefit from this, but nobody can make a pencil. So like the point with self-reliance is the more self-reliant you get, in the sense of, instead of trading with the world, it's going to be just the nation producing everything. Well, why not keep going? Why not try to produce it? Only my state produces this now. And go further then, and okay, only I am going to try and produce a pencil. But you can't do that. And the more you try to do this self-reliance thing, the more you actually end up, being poorer and poorer. And like the most self-reliant person is the poorest person in the world then, because they don't trade, and there is only so much one human being alone can do.
It's fundamentally ignoring comparative advantage.
Sorry.
You go ahead.
No. I was just making a joke. Sorry.
Okay. The little clit rubber there.
Yes.
But all these arguments, like, I mean, they've been made by Austrians so often. I believe Rothbard makes it in Man, Economy, and State as well. It's all these protectionist arguments about self-reliance. It's like, okay, well, if that truly is the principle, then yeah, you can just regress that back. Or further and further and further until it's, it's only going to be my family, and now it's only going to be me. And you find that, well, no, it does make you poorer. And why does it make you poorer? Well, because it ignores comparative advantage. It is better for us to have the people who are best at making these things be making them. Best by what standard? Most value productive. Or that's the standard we're using. Who is most value productive at this? And there's an actual answer to that, namely the one found by the market. That's how you know who is most value productive. It's not just an arbitrary thing where, we're just coming up with this off the top of our heads or anything. Like, if a company is profitable on the market, that means it is meeting the most ends possible. And so we're going to see some problems in this video. He will point to genuine problems in this video. I might cut out some of the problems. But it's always worth keeping in mind, are these problems because of capitalism or because of socialism? I think a lot of these problems, they're not because of capitalism, they're because of socialism.
Yeah.
It also, I mean, I know we're very short into the video, but I'm trying to understand what he means by capitalism, because he was complaining about manufacturing, but then he was also complaining, he seems to be now talking about like localized manufacturing specifically. And so does he mean, is capitalism when the factory is by my house? I'm not quite sure what exactly this has to do.
Yeah, I wish he opened with that, to be honest. That's what I was saying earlier with him trying to, I wish he would just qualify what he means by capitalism exactly. And then he can quickly realize that maybe the US isn't actually capitalist, right? But
Yep.
sorry, yeah, I'm done.
It's a wire bristle grill brush, and I said this. When they put a sticker on here, it says something like, stop using this if bristles are found on the grill, replace after 1 year of use, recommended. That person is just trying to sell you a grill scrubber. They don't care about you like I care about you. 13.4 million. That is how many wire bristle grill brushes have been recalled since I said that statement in the earlier video. That is a big, big number. And the reason that
What did that warning label add? Sorry, I can't pause the video. Wouldn't that warning label, though, add some type of value to the product for the consumer, like on its use and how to properly use it or maximize the value of its use?
So I think the argument he's going into here is basically that like these are like really shitty scrubbers, and that's entirely. I will even give him this argument that his scrubber is indeed better than the competition scrubbers. So like, and I don't know if we've done it yet, but he's going to get into that like, well, if these bristles get off, it can actually like cause a lot of damage to you, and that's why they're often being recalled and stuff. So I think it's probably more to do with like trying to avoid lawsuits, because it's like, hey, look, we put it on the scrubber.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But also, you know, like a worse quality product is not necessarily a bad product. You know, like I have a car which is a budget car right now. It's not the best car. It's not the safest car. It's not the fastest car. It's not the prettiest car, but it is the cheapest car that I could get, which fits in all of these requirements that I could get. You know, and sure, like I would really love a Ferrari, and you know. If I was an economic nationalist, let's say I get like the best quality car, which is like made in India fully, right? Like, and like that really gets me off. And then it's like $5 million. And what am I going to do with that? You know, so like cost is an important thing as well. And a worse quality product, if sold at a cost which I can afford, is the best possible product that I can afford. And that's the only particular product that I care about. You know.
Yeah, but it's not unethical that you bought it though. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You knew going in that, you know, these were the downsides to it, but you know,
for sure,
you can't just.
I'm saying it's a good,
unless he told you,
yeah,
or gave you something.
Yeah.
Sorry.
For sure.
Like
I'm saying it's a good thing. It's a good thing that these bad quality cheap products are available, because the alternative would have been nothing is available to me in that you know, of that good, you know.
Yeah, I think this comes up a lot in like the planned obsolescence argument as well, where it's like, oh, look at all these shitty products. And I made this point in my video on planned obsolescence, like, actually no, providing a shitty product, that's indeed a good thing, right? I might not want to buy those shitty products. I like buying things that last. I've gone through multiple different iterations of my trousers portfolio because they kept fucking ripping up at the crotch. Because I wanted trousers that would last me. I could wear them, you know, for years and years and years, and I ended up finding trousers that worked for me. But I had to shell out some good money for them, right? But allowing people to buy shitty trousers, that's not a bad thing to do to somebody. It's the same thing with medicine. It's very clear in medicine, in fact. In medicine, the reason why it's so expensive, you can only buy the Ferrari. You're not allowed to buy the old beater, right? What if I only have like the sniffles? I just want to go in for like some shitty doctor who's going to give me something for the sniffles. Why do I have to buy from the Ferrari dealership? That's why. That's one of the reasons why it's so damn expensive in the US, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's only unethical when I force you to buy the shitty product, or I limit your choice in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I was going to point out
Oh,
is
sorry, my bad.
usually
You go.
oh, you're fine. Usually the things people are complaining about are stuff with massive intervention anyways, right? Like home appliances have tons of government intervention in them, like refrigerators, air conditioners, those kind of things. They keep changing the refrigerant they have to use and all this stuff, and then the compressors get crappier as time goes on. Cars are like this, right? Like I would kill to go be able and buy a like 97 Cummins 2500, you know, but like brand new off the lot. But they're literally not able to manufacture and sell this to me. It is illegal. And that's like most of where you run into these problems. Yeah, go ahead now.
I was just going to say, I think a lot of this kind of comes from this idea that all of these products that we like are just kind of, floating out there, and they kind of abstract away from the fact that, no, these things actually need to be produced. Someone needs to go out there and produce them, right? The default state of nature is abject poverty. And if someone comes out there and, tears themselves out of this poverty and offers you the ability to buy maybe a cheap product, I can't see how this could possibly be bad, because, the counterfactual is there's no product. So it's just kind of stamping out production because it hasn't reached this arbitrary standard of goodness. It's like, no, this production is always good. Production is good just because it's how people survive. If you don't have this production, you're stamping out people's ability to survive and, uplift themselves.
Yep. Exactly.
In America who issued these 2 large recalls is because those bristles can come off on your grill, and then you can put your food on the grill, and then the wire will get stuck to your food, you ingest it, and you have a surgical emergency to get it out. It's a pretty big deal. But here's the thing. I'm not just interested in talking about this because I want to sell you a grill brush. I do want you to buy a smarter scrubber. I'll tell you that at the end of the video. But what I'm really interested in is what are the systemic forces in our economy that makes that the norm? Almost every product I have eventually becomes a crappier version of itself, and I hate that. This is what happens when you push capitalism to the max and you prioritize profits over people.
So again, this is his viewpoint of capitalism. This is what happens when you push capitalism to the max, and he's analogizing that to, or rather linking that with, prioritizing profits over people. Okay, what is maximum capitalism? We all know this. It's the non-aggression principle, fully applied across the board. No involuntary, aggressive interventions being made. That is full capitalism. Is that prioritizing profits over people? Well, what does that mean? What are profits? Well, profit, that means, where do we get this term from? Where do we get it from? First principles. It means that somebody is attaining some valued end with scarce means available to them. That is, they have made a profit there. They are better off than they were before. So the economy isn't like this floating thing out there that can either, be for people or against them. And, it can either be going just for profit for what's sake, right? It isn't like that. Profit, the economy is people. It is people interacting. So it is nonsensical to have this concept of prioritizing profits over people. That just doesn't make sense. It's prioritizing goodness for people over people. What does it mean to prioritize over people? Well, surely that would mean the welfare of people, right? You're prioritizing profits over people's welfare. Well, the profits are a measure of people's welfare. So it's welfare over welfare. It's a non-starter.
Exactly. Like, it is, as you said, like it is, profit is the only real measure we can have of, the welfare of the population, welfare of people, right? Like if a trade is necessarily if a trade happens, it is necessarily profitable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. And so every time somebody makes a profit, like it's a good thing. It's, benefited and nobody else was harmed. so to prioritize profit is to prioritize the welfare of the people. So this is just trying to pit the concept of profit against some sort of nebulous concept of welfare, whereas no such thing exists. Like it's almost as if the premise is that outside of what people do in the economy, that's what the economy is. It's people doing stuff. It's people trading. Outside of what people actually do, I know better what's better for them, and therefore I can tell what's really good for them. And this profit mechanism, that's not what it is. Like what people actually do is not what's good for them. What I think, that's good for people is what's good for people. So like it's very subtly it's inserting your whims about what you think the world should be instead of what people think their own life and their own prosperity should be.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he would have a stronger argument if exchanging money for a product was the only way we could communicate value of a product, because what he's doing right now is he interacted with the product and he's letting everyone else know that this product has these health concerns, which would inevitably, or it gives the incentive for other people not to buy it, which would mean that product would be less profitable. Maybe I'm a little lost here.
You are going to see that a lot in this video, where he keeps talking about how these are all problems inherent to capitalism, but then he goes and shows the exact way in which the market solves those problems, namely by doing it himself and making the bear scrubbers himself. That is the exact capitalist argument there. You just disproven the entire video by the fact that you are selling these scrubbers,
All right, great. We don't have to watch anymore. 17 minutes.
Yeah, there we go. Quick, stop the timer. We gotta upload this to speedrun.com.
It's gonna be so tragic because the rest of this video, I assume, is him running into regulation issues, right? And then blaming capitalism for it.
Yeah, I will. Sorry. Also, I will quickly add with this profits versus people thing. If we just imagine, well, what would it be like to put people over profits? Well, I guess you'd be some sort of. Certainly, you're not taking profit as your motive. So you're, I don't know, maybe putting more quality into your product. But profit is specifically a measure of how value productive you're being. So if you're putting something else in front of profit, you're subtracting the amount of value productiveness that you're creating. So you're literally working to the exact opposite purpose that you initially said, which was supposedly uplifting people. You're destroying what you were trying to do initially by working against profit, right? So if you are trying to take people as your primary, then you should take profit really as your measure of how much you're benefiting people.
It's interesting because when I hear a socialist call for this, and I mean he is a socialist, but when I hear a proper socialist call for this, I imagine they're talking about worker co-ops or something like that, or executives taking humongous pay cuts to 50 grand a year or whatever. I just don't know what he could mean. I assume he's not for that kind of thing. So what exactly what does he want?
He wants in an RPG when you select your inventory, he wants the item description to tell you exactly when it will harm you or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Anyway, we do have a couple of super chats before we get back into the video. This is a massive time loss, unfortunately. It's part of the game. I'm sorry. Got a Griff One Nun for $10 US. Thank you very much. Gotta go and catch up later making Uzbekistani food. He also says autarky is not capitalism. So long everyone, and Zal Zulu. Well, thank you very much. I don't think I've ever had Uzbekistani food before. Probably a lot of goat in there, if I were to guess. We got a I don't know, I'm just guessing. I don't know much about Uzbekistan.
I haven't had it either, so.
And then we got a Diego Immature for 1000 CLP. Thank you very much. Profits are people, exactly.
Also, I just looked something up which will be very interesting to everybody. Like the grill brush that he has made and he's selling, it's selling for $60, and like the grill brush that he's critiquing, they're selling for $9. So
Yeah.
go figure.
Yeah, like if you're spending like so much more money on like what's almost 6x, more than 6 times the amount of money, then yeah, you're gonna get a better product. Like this is, Zulu, you misinterpret shit out of context. How am I doing that? Have I taken this video out of context? Like, I don't think I have.
To be fair, we've only watched 3-second clips and then talked for 5 minutes, so it's kind of hard to say what was in context and what was our own context.
Yeah.
Well, let's plow forward. So we gotta make sure to please the commenters. That helps us in the speedrun, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Profit is a very important component to the world economy. And today we're going to talk about the nuance of how that can be used and what happens when you take it too far. It is time to talk about this section, which is the chainmail. Now, the story of this chainmail is fascinating. And just to remind you, in the end of the last video, I tried to buy chainmail supplied from not China.
Sorry,
I tried to
just
go
very quickly. There's something kind of oxymoronic about it. Like, if I take profit too far, in the sense that he's saying, like, yeah, I would be less profitable if I go the route that well, not necessarily, I guess, less profitable, but like, ideally, if you create an inferior product, you know, actually, never mind. I don't know. I just can't make the connections in my head at this point.
I mean, it is true that it's an oxymoron. Like, people over profit doesn't make any sense.
Also, you know, like another little fact, like I opened YouTube to look at the chat and it recommended me something which was very up to context, which is this video by this channel called Grill Top Experience. The title is I bought the most expensive grill brush in the US, and it's the Smarter Scrubber.
Yeah, fucking diamond plated and everything. Yeah, I mean, I might buy this grill brush. It does look like a pretty good grill brush.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, if you have the spare money and you use it a lot, it makes sense. But the cheaper grill brushes make sense, like for someone who is like looking for a one-time thing, perhaps, or something. Like then they're getting into the hobby. They're not really into it. You know, like there is this good analogy that I have. There's a friend of mine who's a very good athlete, and he always tells you to, you know, when you're starting to do athletics, don't buy the most expensive gear. You know, because like, what's the point? Like, do you even want to do this for the long term? And you should learn on the shitty stuff before you actually get to the good stuff. You know, like imagine someone who just learned driving and they brought like a Lamborghini. You know, like that makes no sense. You would want to first learn on like shitty stuff before you get up to the good stuff. Perhaps that doesn't apply to grill brushes because there's very little skill involved, but I think the point still stands, you know. How much do you need it for what period?
Although I think you want to strive for a certain level of quality. So I do a lot of music stuff, and so like when you're suggesting a guitar to somebody, right, the worst guitars are just awful to play. So they're going to turn off a beginner because it's just awful to use. But then the most expensive guitars are not particularly better than the mid-grade guitars. They're usually just different, right? In like ways that a beginner wouldn't have any meaningful knowledge on. This is kind of derailing, but
it's like how you buy wine at a restaurant. You buy the second cheapest one.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I just want to know at what point does he think profitability is bad? That's it.
He does have this whole system that he lays out of when profit can become bad. We'll get to that. Don't worry.
Okay, sweet.
I'm excited.
India that supplied it to us basically bought it from.
So yeah, this is something that he said goes into here, where he's like, "Oh, we were initially buying from India, and they were just drop shipping it from China," and that like annoys him. But it's like, okay, so he was fine buying it from India and was pissed off that it instead came from China. So it seems like really what this should be called is I tried to make a scrubber without touching the Chinese economy at all. Because he was fine with India, but not China. I'm confused by that. It doesn't really... I'm not sure what his specific bugbear is. And of course, he'll then go on to say how he now buys some of it from Canada instead. It's very strange to me.
Yeah, it just seems like that
Luca,
economic. It just seems like that economic nationalism coming through, though. You know, it's like, oh, it's been tarnished by the foul soil of China, so now it's automatically like evil or something.
I refuse to buy anything from the Han Chinese.
Yeah, literally. It's like it's crazy.
Maybe he's just racist.
You know,
maybe we're thinking too much.
it was actually me. You know, I actually wanted this project to fail because it would have been funny. So I sent him the Chinese thing. You know,
Yeah,
it was me. He contacted me in India. Also, the fact that almost everyone, like, he tried to get something from India, got scammed, man. Like, the Indians are never leaving that.
It's impossible to shirk stereotype. Fuck.
Oh, I see you drinking. Hold up, let me get a drink. I'll be right back real quick.
Hell yeah. Alright, let's
We're drinking. Night.
Oh, someone said
Nice to be
Canada,
back
you mean
home,
India
too.
too. Alright, I suppose
I did that to him.
I mean, let's continue. I'll be back shortly.
China and drop shipped it to us and pretended that it was from India.
So this is chainmail that we haven't used in any assembly yet. This is from India. Dude, look at that. That's not from India. That's Chinese. Is that Chinese?
Long story short, I was
They didn't even remove the goddamn labels.
This is true Indian entrepreneurship. It's a fucking Chinese label, it like has like a Chinese flag in the corner. This is India's economy right here.
What exactly do you drink, Zulu? I'm sorry, this is irrelevant, but
I
always see you with the same yellow can in every debate, live stream, whatever.
Tennant's Lager. They should sponsor me.
True. You're their biggest fan.
I might be their biggest
pretty
customer.
Sure, like, the business model. You know, I'm pretty sure the business model of whoever the guy in India is doing this is basically like tariff avoidance. So, like, the Chinese tariffs are probably much higher than the Indian tariffs to the US. And then basically this is just arbitrage from, let's say, Beijing to Delhi to the US. Like, the plane lands and, for regulation purposes, the plane lands and then takes off right to...
Yeah, like the wheels
US,
just kind of like touch down for a second and then immediately they're back up in the air, basically.
Exactly.
And see, like, this is another problem caused by socialism. Because if there wasn't this tariff issue, we're assuming, of course, but I think it's a decent assumption. If there wasn't that tariff issue, people could just be honest and be like, yeah, no, these are come to us for our fine Chinese chainmail. And you can either, it becomes a whole lot more honest.
Yeah.
And fundamentally, there's no problem if people really want goods made by them, but they should just be allowed to choose that themselves.
Yeah.
lied to. John was lied to. We were irritated by that. I want to make something abundantly clear. We have never sold a grill scrubber with Chinese chainmail on it. When we received that Chinese chainmail from India, we put it in a box and we put it in the corner of the...
We put it in biological isolation unit 3, and we fucking like cordon it off. We can't have this has been touched by unclean Chinese hands. We got to get rid of it. I don't want to be too mean to this guy because I do watch his videos. Whenever he's not talking about capitalism, is good.
Look at what's written on this. Look at what's written on this. Hold China chain.
Like it
China
does,
chain.
it does. Like he would be fine with it if it was India chain. Like I don't understand. Like it does seem like it's mainly a bugbear against China. I don't understand
China
what
is
the
the coup.
purpose of the of the project is.
It's almost like, like it's like if I imagine like if Hitler's Germany was still around, like it's like whole Jewish chain.
Warehouse, and we're like, we're not going to sell that. That's against the whole premise of the project. We're trying to make it in America. So the question is, well, where's our chainmail coming from? So we are.
But India is just as much not America as China is.
Maybe India
would have
is.
violated the premise either way.
Let me go check on something real quick. I'm just going to check if India is part of the United States of America.
Yeah, he knows something we don't know. I got great news, Luca.
Wait, so the premise of his project is to make only like his scrubber domestically, but so why does he have the Indian one?
I really don't know. He doesn't.
I have no idea.
We have no idea.
Makes no sense.
Okay.
I've watched that section of the video multiple times, even without the cuts. I've watched it. I don't understand why he was fine with having it from India.
Doing some sort of like, is he doing like some sort of vector analysis that okay, like if we like plot all countries, then like the square distance between China and America is greater than the square distance between India. Like I don't know what is he going off of some sort of like like if it was a Nazi, it makes sense, like we want to buy from the people who are as Aryan as possible. I don't know what this guy's standard is.
We could solve this problem if we just allowed America to make every single territory outside of it also sovereign to America.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
The United States of the world,
Yeah.
except for China.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Except China. Yeah.
Every other country belongs to America.
Except China.
United States of India.
Something that I recently learned about. It's a big fancy word. It's called a monopsony, okay? This is why we're having a hard time sourcing chainmail in America. And I need to explain this because I recently learned about this at the Hill and Valley Forum. I learned a lot of things there.
So to be clear, just what a monopsony is, as far as the Austrians are concerned, Austrian School of Economics, the correct School of Economics. A monopsony, normally used when describing like the labor market, like, oh, there's only one employer, in this industry or whatever. Sometimes that caveat's on there, but it's not clear what the differences between different industries are, because really every product can compete. Like Walter Block gives an example in one of his lectures, where he's like, you become really rich, you can either buy like a new car or like a piano, and like it's not clear how cars and pianos compete, but that might be the genuine competition in your head, right? So that's already, it's off to a shaky start. But so monopsony is like, oh well, there's only this single buyer in the market in certain situations of labor, and so that like causes problems.
Like a monopoly on purchasing power, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Now he's going for something slightly different, where there's only one buyer in like his production line for the chainmail or something, which it doesn't strike me that could ever actually be realized unless there is state regulation. Now, if there's like IP restrictions, only one guy has the IP to make chainmail. If they only invented chainmail last year, then yeah, that might happen. But I don't think that's happening here. I suppose we'll get more into that unless anybody has any other things they want to say on monopsony in general.
Yeah. Like, there is this example of, I think this could be classified as a monopsony. Let's say there is a really, really small town in a pretty poor country. Let's say it's in Central America, right? There is this really small town and it has only this one employer, which is the major employer there. For all intents and purposes, that person employs the whole place. So would that be classified as a monopsony? I would say because they're the only buyer of labor services from the quote unquote captured labor market, right? And I think in the paper that Flopper sent earlier, like there was this like very good example which I'll be dramatizing. Like, are we aware of like the illegal immigration problem in the US? So quote unquote problem. I don't even know if it's a problem. Like people literally just move continents and countries to just get to a better place. Like really there is always competition. In the case of that, isolated town in which there is only one employer, the competition is basically people can leave. They can just get up and leave. And that is a competition that you got to worry about. Like you can't make things so bad that people leave. And there is always competition because the entire economy is actually in one way or another competing with everybody else. As Zulu said, like, nobody would think pianos and cars are in competition, but let's say someone who is both a car enthusiast and a piano enthusiast, and they got a $10,000 bonus. Now, do they put that in a down payment towards a car, or do they put that in a brand new piano? So there you go. You're in competition. So there cannot be such a thing as a monopoly or a monopsony or anything else like that. So that would be my take on it.
The only way it's possible is if you just completely don't understand opportunity costs, I think.
Yeah.
Kind of like a monopoly, only backwards. A monopoly is there's only one person that can make the thing. A monopsony is there's only one person that buys the thing. And this is what it does. It kind of...
Notice how those weren't perfectly parallel there. He said a monopoly is where only one person can make the thing. Indeed, if anybody else is prevented from making the thing by state fiat, that is a monopoly. But then he says a monopsony is not where only one person can buy the thing. He says it's where only one person does buy the thing. Now that's a strange little disequilibrium there, if you want to use that term. That's probably not the best term if we're talking about economics. Dissymmetry. Asymmetry, right? That's why are these two things asymmetric in this presentation? That's also, should start setting off little alarm bells.
Yeah,
because wouldn't that make, depending on the scale, wouldn't that make anything like a house would just be there's only one buyer of an individual house? I mean, I guess there's more houses on a market, right? But a particular house, there's only one buyer for. There's also a monopoly of that house by that definition, but I just don't know. You have to like pick an arbitrary scale to apply it at.
Yeah, and I think there's a sort of equivocation going on here, certainly like Zoo is pointing out with this asymmetry. It's like, I don't see why it would be a problem at all if you have some like very specific product and then only one person wants to buy it, but everyone else could if they wanted to. It seems like no problem at all. I mean, some companies have very specific manufacturing parts, like we'll see later in this video. And it's like, well, yeah, of course no one else is buying this, but I guess that's technically a monopsony, but I don't see why that's any problem of note at all. Now, a monopoly is completely different because, as we talked about, you're actually being prevented from producing this certain good. But if it's just that nobody else wants this, well, that's not messing with the equilibrium at all. It's just that only one person wants this.
Yeah, it's like Galazar. We all know him. He's a very beautiful man. I like purchasing pictures of Galazar. Other people don't have the exact same affinity towards Galazar that I have. So I'm the only person out there who wants to put down serious dosh to buy pictures of Galazar, in lovely like suits, in great big Jedi capes. These are the types of things that turn me on. Nobody else seems to have this particular proclivity. So there's a monopsony going on here. This is clearly a problem.
Exactly.
I think a much better example would be like with RAM.
What do you mean better example? This is a great example.
Possible example.
Like with how people are buying up RAM and making the price skyrocket, but like that still doesn't like answer the question fully. Sorry, fuck, dude. I may have taken like one too many shots. Hold up. I'll just let the video play. Ignore what I said.
Economy on its head. So this is what happened. We wanted to buy chainmail in America. There is one factory in America that makes the specific type of chainmail we want. And that one factory has a contract with...
Oh, wait, I know what I was going to say. Sorry. Like, I guess it could only be a monopsony if whoever's making the product would only sell it to like that one entity, right? Like pretty much like they would have to voluntarily choose to just only sell it to a single or individual or company or whatever, right?
Is he about to?
I think you said
Sorry,
the
but
N
what
word
he
there.
just said.
Okay. Factory
Is he
in
about
America
to
that
suggest that if you that like some violence needs to be enacted on this company because they already have a contract with someone?
Yeah, no, this is the
like,
thing.
that's what I'm
Is
saying.
he's saying, well, this is a monopsony because there's this factory that produces chainmail, and then he starts swearing at them terrible. I don't think that's okay. of course, I'm joking. But yeah, no, this is not monopsony. Monopsony doesn't refer to this factory has a consistent buyer that buys out their entire, capacity, and so they don't want to make a new contract with you because they don't have the capacity for it. That's not monopsony, right? That's just a contract right there. Okay, if you're a new buyer in the market, guess what? You can solve these problems, and you're holding the proof that you can solve these problems. This is not a monopsony.
that's what I'm saying.
He's holding the very proof that what he's talking about is not a monopsony in his hands. Because guess what? He's a new buyer in the market, and he's able to bid from somebody else for their chainmail. So this is proof that this is not a monopsony. You just weren't able to buy from this one factory because they already are selling out their entire possible productive capacity. That's not monopsony. That's not what that means.
He's just angry.
Yeah, but Zulu, you don't understand. Like, if I just say it like that, then it doesn't sound like a profound critique of capitalism. It just sounds like, oh, I just couldn't buy that thing because I didn't bid high enough.
I'm sure if he bid $10 million per square inch of chainmail, they'd go like, yeah, we'll go with you instead. But he's not going to be willing to do that.
Exactly. If I lose the auction in the free market, it's a problem with capitalism. It's not just that I lost.
And this is why we need socialism.
Yeah.
If I were to guess, it's probably because chainmail is most often going to be used by like medieval reenactors, if I were to guess. And then you're buying it from like some place which is actually tailoring it. So that's probably like, going to be more expensive anyway than just like wrapping over this little thing. So like, and that's a very consistent group of people right there, or like, people who are making like stab-proof vests or what have you. Same deal. Yeah, this is not a problem with capitalism, as proven by the fact that he solved it already within the framework.
Also, the sponge market, they do these like chainmail covered sponges, which is probably who he's actually competing with, if I had to guess.
I think he's competing with nobody. Like, it's the most expensive brush in the US. Like,
I meant for this specific piece of chainmail from that specific factory.
Fair enough. That makes sense.
Yeah,
but with the exception of people, I believe, who are really, really into, like, they know that long term they're going to be having this brush around and they want a quality product that lasts. I think the vast majority of people would just not pay a 8x premium to buy this shit, man. Like, who do that?
Yeah, Doctor in chat who's complaining that I'm not also watching video one. Like, if he's titling a video, here's the problem with capitalism, and he's saying, in this video I'm going to tell you what the problem with capitalism is. I'm going to watch only this video. I'm not going to watch any other videos and review any other videos on stream unless they're titled, this is the problem that capitalism has. So I guess, I don't know, get over it or something. Like, I'm not watching every video this guy's ever made on stream. You know how long we'd fucking be here for? We'd be here forever.
No, but he'd debunk us in the first video.
Yeah, presumably the first video, which didn't have anything to do with capitalism in any of the metadata. That's where he has the actual problem with capitalism, not the updated video where it says fucking update in the title. Not in that video, where it's titled, here's the problem with capitalism. Like, what are you retarded or something?
It's like the Dave Smith critique that the critique that Dave Smith had, that you just edited the podcast, you only included like 2 clips, and I'm like, yeah, we should include every podcast, we should include the entire podcast, and then every podcast Dave Smith has ever been on the 3-hour Neoprag video that you did on Dave Smith.
Yeah, if there's important context which strengthens his argument as why this is a big problem with capitalism, if there's context in that first video, which is required to make that argument, he could have just cut that into the video, as he already does in different parts of this video, where he cuts in parts of the first video. He could or reiterate what he said there. If that is truly important to make his argument here, then it's on him to include that. If it's not important, then shut the hell up.
Yep.
He says videos about US morons selling capacity to communist China. That's the whole point of this stuff. What?
Again, we're responding to the video called "Here's the fucking problem with capitalism." That's the video we're responding to. We're not responding to every single video Smart Everyday has made. We're not doing that. Okay.
I think what he's trying to say is that the US shouldn't be trading with China because China is communist or something like that. That's the argument.
Here's a capitalistic deal, Doctor. If you super chat $1,000, then at the end of this, I will respond also the first video. $1,000. That's your price point.
Imagine if he does
blow off my plans too.
Yeah.
Make the specific type of chainmail we want. And that one factory has a contract.
So he's looking for a specific type of chainmail. So this isn't even just chainmail in general. He's looking for a very specific type of chainmail, and there's already a factory that makes it, but they're at capacity. And so, like, how is this a problem with capitalism?
A contract.
Yeah, it seems like his solution to this would be anytime he wants this, or some preferred group wants a specific thing, that some group of people be forced to open a new factory to provide him with his product. I mean, is that his solution? What else is the other solution? I don't know.
Who knows, right? Who fucking knows what the possible solution there is?
It's like I really, really like videos on anarcho-capitalism and objectivism, which are really highly edited, and they are delivered by this one guy who lives in Scotland. I really like those videos, and like nobody else is making them. So I guess I'm just a victim of monopoly. What can I do?
So tough.
Yeah.
Okay, they said, well, we have this.
I don't like that mouth on him. He keeps swearing. I don't like that.
Surge of work from because they are our most important.
I had to add those bleeps in there, by the way. I had to add those in because he was talking something dirty in there. He wasn't just censoring a factory name. He was saying heinous things I would never endorse. Of course I'm joking. Okay, it's a laugh. I know that he was just censoring the factory name. It's a joke, Doctor. You don't have to say, no, in the first video, he actually explains that. It's okay.
Customer, we have this surge of work from, so we're gonna do that. We only have enough manufacturing capacity to supply them. Sorry, what do? If you're in my situation, you panic. That's what you do.
Find an alternative.
We ordered the chainmail from India. Here's the deal, though. We didn't use it. The reason we...
I'm sorry, do you want to pause it?
Oh, no, sorry.
I'm actually going to go because I'm about to have dinner, so thanks, guys.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Peace out.
I just can't help
because
myself.
immediately after...
I would want to say like one small thing. Like, what do you do when you find yourself in this situation? Well, you order it from India. That's what you do. Like, when everything else fails, you come to me.
This is really just underscores like what. So he tries to get it in the US. He was like, oh, I can't get it in the US because they're at capacity in the US. I'll go to India. What the hell do you mean it came from China? Like, what? I thought at that point you'd already concluded that you weren't going to be able to get it from the US, so you're willing to go overseas for it. Why India? Why not China? I don't understand what his problem here is.
Yeah, because you see, like the Indians are like honorary Aryans according to this guy, but the Chinese, they're the Jews. We don't buy from them. You know?
It's like I don't understand what the
Thankfully, this isn't on my channel.
I really don't understand what the steelman of his position here is.
Like I said, he's just racist. That's it. Like we don't need to think about this any further. We can do what the left does.
He's not even like presenting the protectionist argument, but it's all I can really get out of it. I mean, what else could it possibly be unless he's just racist, like Basis True is saying? I don't know. It's crazy.
That video dropped. We got a voicemail from a company in Canada. Now, this company has been making chainmail for years, and their story is very interesting, and it involves China as well.
Okay, so I'm on a Zoom call with Mason up at Mail Tech in Canada. How's it going, Mason?
Good, how are you?
Doing well, man. It's my understanding that you were working with an American company.
I also like something very cool with this Mason guy. It's that, you know, like in his background, he has like this whole sheet of chainmail. So like, he's really like living up to the chainmail guy aesthetic, you know, like he's the guy who makes the chainmails. That's all he is.
For many, many years. And then that American company, you were making some chainmail for them for a product. And then that company went to China to increase their profit margin. Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's the short of it. And it's certainly accurate. Yeah, we had built up with them from, a couple hundred units. And
this is why we need Gazar in here, our resident Canadian.
Bad?
I don't. And he explains later how he's fine getting it from Canada and India, apparently. Just not China. I don't understand. He doesn't ever explain this in the video.
He orders it from Canada, and all the product labels are in Hindu.
Yeah, he's fine with India and India too. India and New India. Maybe he just likes Indians. That's why he's fine getting it from Canada.
What's his
you watch the video? Does he actually get to the point of like why this is bad in any way?
So he does explain how he was like, oh no, I'm fine getting it from Canada because I'm fine with having two places in North America where you can get it from. He doesn't explain why he's fine with that. And he says he likes the guys in Canada. He likes the guys he's working with there. But he never explains why he was initially fine with getting it from India. It's got to just be like he likes Indians. So hey, there's a bunch of Indians in Canada. That'll help them out. I don't get it.
Okay, whatever. Just play it.
Week or a month.
I will say this guy is immune to getting backstabbed. In video games when you sneak up behind someone and you try and backstab, this guy has thought through that entirely. Instead of a green screen behind him, he's got fucking chainmail. Good luck, motherfucker.
Chainmail.
Good luck trying to stealth kill this guy.
Yeah.
To thousands and thousands a month, almost 10. And then one day they just decided it's the end of that. They went from ordering full on to ordering nothing in the space of a couple days.
That's a big deal. That's a huge deal.
It was one of the worst days I've had as a business owner for sure. Followed shortly by laying people off and all of that.
I will add on to this. You're not entitled to anyone else's money, right? Presumably this other company went to China because they could be more productive in the Chinese markets, right? That's good. We want these other companies to be more value productive. So, you're not entitled to this other company's money just because you weren't able to produce as cheaply or as efficiently as the Chinese company was. That's complete nonsense. It's just this entitlement where it's like I deserve it because I didn't produce it. It's like, well, no, the Chinese company was able to step up to the challenges of the business world and producing things, and they did a better job. So I'm sorry that you lost out, man, but you're not entitled to anyone else's production.
Yeah. Exactly. Like
In
it's
fact.
unfortunate for this guy and his employees that he lost out. But at the end of the day, if the Chinese company is just better at doing this, then they are better at doing this, and they deserve the money just as much as you do, perhaps more, because like, like
I will say,
force the company which was buying from you. Right?
Mhm. I will say there's a lot of things they could do to help out, U.S. manufacturing or Canadian manufacturing. They could get rid of IP. They could get rid of OSHA. They could get rid of all these crazy regulations. If they did that, then these companies would be able to be productive. If you got rid of all the unions and everything like that, then they could be productive with China. Do you know how China's so damn productive? Because a large part of it, they don't respect IP. They just don't care about IP. They have these special economic zones, which are very heavily deregulated. If you had those things, well, then these companies could stay in business a lot better.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for these guys who are being like crushed by all these regulations and whatnot. But fundamentally, it's better if the people who aren't being crushed by these regulations are free to produce, right? It's good if they're able to actually be value productive. And I hope truly that these industries, male tech industries, whatever this company is called, is able to probably escape all the IP that it's facing. But yeah, at the end of the day, they don't have an entitlement.
Agreed.
Artichoke Anarchy, just for that, I'm going to count down 5 seconds before I press play. You don't tell me what to do. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then I press play. That's what we're about here. We don't care about the speed run any longer. I'm sorry, Artichoke Anarchy. I'm sorry. I'll press play.
We were recovering from that, but we still were back to full strength when we were talking to you guys.
The way you initially approached this, you said, hey, we can make chainmail from American wire. And that was appealing to us because at the time we couldn't get chainmail fast enough from the single American source that we had. And so your call was timed perfectly because it's my understanding not many people can make chainmail, right?
Yeah, there's a handful of companies in the world. To the best of my knowledge, there's 3 in North America and only 2 that make the size.
Well, I mean, I will say, at least welded mail, sure, that's a modern technology. The chainmail in general, it has been around since the Middle Ages. I don't think it's that, like, this is a difficulty thing, like, nobody's figured out how to do it. I would suspect there's just not a giant market for chainmail. And, if a Smart Everyday comes in, and brings in this whole giant new market for chainmail, then maybe supply can meet the demand, right? But that doesn't happen by just kind of wishing that it already was there, wishing that there already was enough supply to supply this massive new product line based on chainmail. Well, there's not already going to be that supply there, so you're going to have to do these types of things. You're going to have to look for suppliers who can possibly fit you in, and then the market will adjust. The supply will grow. That's how it works.
Yeah.
It doesn't work by just wishing that it already was there. That's not how it works.
Exactly.
If we believe hard enough, it'll appear. Trust me.
Exactly.
So John and I made a decision. We said we're going to split up our orders and we are going to start buying chainmail from Canada. Now is the time when internet commenters will race to the comment section.
That's me. He's talking about me.
And say, oh, Destin's a hypocrite because he is okay with this chainmail being made in Canada, which is technically
and India.
And India, exactly.
Canada's India
for some reason, he's not okay with this knob being made in Costa Rica and Central America.
By the way, that was the thing that I cut out of the video because it was just part of the big, here's how we manufacture these things section. But it's interesting. He does interesting stuff there. I do like this guy's channel. I watch it every now and then. He's got interesting videos on there, but it's not pertinent to what we're doing.
Yeah.
Which is also kind of North America, right? What is the difference in these two things? And why am I sleeping well at night knowing I'm doing this, but I didn't sleep well at night knowing that I was doing this? And the answer is, I know the people that are doing this. We've talked.
I mean, he didn't know the people in India because he thought they were making it themselves. They were actually just drop shipping it.
Yeah.
So that can't be the standard.
Mhm.
What is the standard? I don't think he's being honest.
What is the point of this video?
I mean, the point of the video is to like kind of update his manufacturing processes and also try and critique capitalism. I think. But
I'm waiting for the critique part though.
As
the title suggests.
We're going to get more into that as it progresses. I have cut out a lot already, though.
I know the conditions under which they're working. I know they're not being exploited. In fact,
big word, they're exploited.
Oh my God.
What do we know about exploitation? So this is a Marxian term. This is why we're all rolling our eyes here. Workers are not exploited. Okay, they're just not. If it's a voluntary interaction, there is no exploitation going on there. What does exploitation mean on Marxian terms? Based on their theory of the labor theory of value. Namely, there is surplus labor being extracted from the worker, as that's where they think all of the value comes from. Some of that gets taken away and given to the capitalist, right? And this is a factual description of what's going on. It's not a correct one, but it's a factual description, not a moral description. It just means surplus labor value is being extracted. That's all exploitation means. So Destin here needs to, or Dustin, I can't remember his name. He needs to be very clear with his terminology here. This is not a moral evaluation. Exploitation, that's not a moral evaluation. You're going to use these Marxian terms, you have to actually stick to what Marx is saying. If you don't want to use Marxian terms, if you don't want to be a Marxist, cut out your dialogue. Just cut out this whole exploitation line out of your dialogue entirely.
You know, like what I think what he actually means, because like on Marxist theory, as like you and Pratsman have very brilliantly pointed out, that exploitation doesn't mean anything. It's simply like, you know, as he says, like, why is he able to sleep better at night? Because workers are not exploited in Canada. That's also not true. According to Marx, any trade is an exploitation. So workers are also being exploited in Canada. It doesn't matter if they're paid better or worse. Like exploitation, according to Marx, is there in every, you know, employee-employer relationship. So that is false. You know, it's like one worker is exploited, another is not. No. By the virtue of there being this trade, like Marx does posit that these people are exploited. I think what then he actually means is not that. He's probably using those words because he heard it and absorbed it through the culture. I think what he actually means is, because the people in Canada are richer. In effect, that's what just it means. Like aesthetically, the people doing the work in Canada, they are richer. They are being well enough paid. They're paid enough so that, like, you know, they have lives like I do, which are well paid. They have good lives. Whereas the workers in Costa Rica, they're really, really poor. You know, well, so like when you're trading with the Costa Rican workers, like you're actually making them richer. You know, like is it better for them to like if your goal is to not trade? Okay, I really care about poor people, but never trade with them. What do you mean? How do they get rich then? How do they ever attain the you know, level of wealth that you would want them to have ostensibly? This is retarded. This is retarded, for lack of a better word. Like, what do you mean, bro? Like, will you just always trade with the people who are already as rich as you are? And on top of that, like, it just feels like aesthetic. Like when he reads that somebody's getting paid like $2 an hour, he says, how horrible, you know, how horrible. Well, the alternative was zero. The alternative was they starve. So isn't that better? Isn't $2 better than the alternative? And also, $2 in India or Costa Rica probably buys far more than $2 in the US does. So like you probably are underestimating like how much that is for that person and how much that means to that person. It's not poverty. Like, it is certainly poverty, but but even then, like, $2 an hour is better than $0 an hour, right? Like you're helping that guy out. And if you stop trading with him, you're not, you know? So like, if your concern is that these people are really, really poor and therefore they're working for less money, shouldn't you be bidding up the money that they're getting? You know? Like also, you have a choice. You could just pay more. You know, like that is a choice. Like you could talk to the employer in Costa Rica and say that, oh, pay the guys more, and I'm going to pay you more. So that's an opportunity as well. Like it doesn't make sense. I don't see why he's going for Canada over Costa Rica. Like both violate his principle of doing it in America. I guess if America means the two continents of America, well, we're stretching it. Like, let's be honest, America means the US here, you know?
Yeah, and it's always with these types of things, as you were kind of pointing at there. It's the question of, well, how did the West get rich to the point where he's fine dealing with people in the West and he like is disgusted by the conditions of people, you know, in the third world? Well, we got that rich because of capitalism, which is his big problem in his video. He hates capitalism, but that's exactly how the Canadians got rich enough where he's fine dealing with them. So why are you trying to like rob, not in the legal sense, why are you trying to rob that from the rest of the world, you know, where when they try and do capitalism, you're like, that's terrible. What are you doing? Capitalism? That's gross. Like, let them do capitalism. Let them go through the era of having sweatshops. Sweatshops are a brilliant thing. Let them go through that era, and then they can also be rich.
We're exploiting you, Zulu, by taking up the airspace on your stream. Sorry. I apologize.
You know, and there is also, you go ahead. I'll go second.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, I said something similar to this before, but the default state of nature, it's poverty. And when someone grapples themselves out of poverty and finally builds up enough capital of their own to start a business and start producing a surplus that isn't just, you know, all the goods they need to survive, and then they offer someone else a job, that's the best possible thing they can do. The alternative to them, you know, even if this job is only paying them like 1 cent every hour, the alternative is nothing, right? So even if you have these sweatshop workers where, you know, they're literally getting paid like $1 every week or something like that, well, the alternative is $0 and they starve to death because these people, these sweatshop owners, they were able to grapple themselves out of poverty in an area where almost no one else had been able to do that. And now they're essentially sharing the wealth that they've created. And you don't create more wealth by just stealing from these sweatshop owners and essentially they've pulled themselves up and then you start stamping them back down. You create more wealth for everybody by allowing them to keep extending these olive branches to workers and creating, you know, being more productive and being more value productive. That's how you create more wealth, aka by doing capitalism.
Exactly.
No. There, you know, the alternative. There's another alternative, but you already mentioned it. I was either, you know, producing or being in nothing. I could steal from you, you know, and that seems to be what a lot of people's conclusion is on this for some reason.
Yeah. And, you know, like two things that I would want to say. One thing is like, it's really funny. Like, in effect, what his proposal is that I will not trade with you I will not trade with you if you're poor. Like, get rich first, then I'll trade with you. And how do you get rich without trading? You don't. So like his proposal is that all the poor people of the world stay poor. And I'm going to only trade with the rich people of the world. Like, I'm pretty sure if he's against capitalism, I'm pretty sure that's not what he wants, you know? Like,
he is the bourgeois they're talking about.
I think that's a really good point that we need to, like, stay on there for a second, is that if everybody watched this video, if everybody in the world watched this video and agreed with everything he was saying and took his proposal, took his ethic of no longer trading with poor people, then they will stay poor forever. They'll become even poorer.
Yeah. Exactly. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. What an ethical system that he's proposing as an alternative to capitalism.
No, that's capitalism, you see.
Yeah. You know,
Wait, how far are we into this video? We just hit an hour and 10 minutes.
So we're 8 minutes into my cut down version. We're 25 minutes into the original video.
Yeah.
Shit, dude, it's not going well.
That's pretty good.
Oh,
this is
You know,
world record pace for this channel.
Oh shit, nice.
Exactly. Like I would like to say this one more thing, which would be like, let's also imagine what this guy is like wanting to do here, which is like what happens like in the course of this entire thing. He makes a really, really expensive product, which the poor people of his countries are also not going to buy. Like this entire project is like really, really anti-poor if you think about it. So it's trading with rich people to create stuff for what only rich people can really afford, you know. Like so that's very, very funny. But also, like, I would want people to think about this, that, you know, when you're engaging in a free market, you don't need to think about these things. In all honesty, you don't need to think about anything other than like, what is the highest value that I can attain from the market? Like, what is the best quality good I can buy at the least possible cost? That's the only thing you should worry about. Everything else is being taken care of the market. You know, every social good, quote unquote social good that you can imagine, the market's going to take care of it. If you're getting a cheaper product because it's made in another country, you're helping them get rich, you know, and so on and so forth. So you don't need to be a leftist about this, be a leftist about it and think that, oh, the working conditions of those people are bad. Yeah, they're poor. It's going to be bad. They're accepting that so that their conditions can be better tomorrow, you know, and you're helping that if you're being egoistic. So it's your pursuit of your own best self-interest that makes the world the best place that you can make it. And so just be selfish out there, and you're going to be making the world the best place that you can.
Exactly. And we do have a couple more, 3 more super chats to read before we get back into this. We got another from Diego Amateur for 1000 CLP. Thank you very much. Saying it's Oriental minimalism, I assume. It seems to be about right. I don't understand. Then we got Sally Fish 2 for $20. Thank you very much. Anyone that reads or hears this message must read libertarian theory. Indeed, they all should. And if Smart Everyday does watch this video, we're clowning on him a bit. Hopefully he takes away at least like some of what we're saying, and he does read some of the Austro-libertarian canon. Great books out there.
I think we're being pretty fair.
I think we're being pretty fair. I do think we are. Some great books, Anatomy of the State by Murray Rothbard. He's also got a fantastic magnum opus on economics called Man, Economy and State with Power and Market. Very long book, so he might not end up reading that. That's what are some other economics and ethics books you should read, guys?
I would say on the topic of free trade, he should read iPencil.
iPencil, yeah.
Yeah. So, and also I want to be very fair.
Per Bieland, How to Think About the Economy, a primer. Read that one above all else. Yes. That's a very short read, very easy read. You can even get it. He's in the US, so he can get that book for free from the Mises Institute. If you're in the US, you can get that book for free. How to Think About the Economy, a primer by Per Bieland.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also think the second to last chapter of OPAR has like a really good synopsis on why capitalism is so virtuous. It helps concretize a lot of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Against intellectual monopoly. That's another good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. And you know, one thing that I would want to say is also like, I'm pretty sure economics is not his field. What's happening here is what I call, you know, someone who is generally a good, like virtuous person in their own fields, and they get intellectually curious and they read what I call the first thing on the shelf. So this guy went ahead and he found the first thing on the shelf, which was mainstream neoclassical economics, monopsony, so on and so forth, you know, and like that's what he's coming off of it from. Like this is the mainstream view. And this is where people like us come in and we point out flaws in the mainstream so that we can, like, now he has an avenue to go into, like, the other theories which
what
are
was the
counter
book?
to the mainstream view and stuff, you know? Right?
Did you mention a book? Sorry, it cut off
no, no.
me.
No, I was just going into, yeah.
Sorry.
Like, now that we are, now that we are here, we're able to, like, show him that, hey, this is not the only view possible. There are other views possible. I'm pretty sure this guy is a good engineer. He's someone who is virtuous on his, in his field. But like, if he's going into broader philosophy and broader economic theory and so on and so forth, like, there is the mainstream is pretty bad, and we're here to just show that.
I do hope he does watch it. I mean, it'd be pretty cool if he watched. I watched his videos when I was a little kid, so I've been watching him for years. Yeah, it'd be very cool.
Me as well.
Yeah, it's a good channel.
Yeah.
It is a good channel, but he just doesn't understand economics or ethics particularly well.
Yeah, and nothing against him. Not everybody needs to, but if people start talking about it, like, that's what we are here for. We're the market correctors of stuff like this.
You don't need to, but you should.
Yeah.
Then we got a Method OW for $10 saying ANCAP Avengers Assemble. Well, thank you very much.
Yes, let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
I know this is providing for their families and they are not being taken advantage of. I don't know that that's true here. I know that, yes, whoever put that insert into that injection molding machine, their families are being provided for, but I don't know they're not being exploited. With every other component of the scrubber, we know the person we got them from, but we don't know that with the knobs. Do we even know the knobs were made in Costa Rica? For all we know, they were made in China and put in a box and labeled made in Costa Rica to get around some kind of tariff thing. I think one
Why does that matter?
Like, do the Chinese people just not count as people to this guy?
I really don't understand what his argument is. Yeah, I believe Zulu Man is a physical... Yeah, no, I do really mean that Mises Institute sends out certain books. I believe they also do it for Anatomy of the State. They send out, and I think it's true also of Bielen's Primer. You can get it for free if you're in the US. If you're elsewhere, you have to pay shipping costs as well. That might be.
You have to just pay shipping costs.
Mises.org. Let me actually just go look this up right now. I'll ask Joe about it as well. He runs the Mises bookstore. org/primer. I believe it's the URL. Yeah, and obviously you can also get all of the PDF and everything like that. Buy now from Mises store. Hopefully this doesn't immediately show my credit card information. It does not. Yeah, price $0 on the Mises store.
Yeah.
So that you can't beat that
Also,
price.
You also get like Hayek for the 21st century free with all of these, and so like people have been doing like funny stuff with that. Like somebody made their 12th copy of Hayek from the 21st century into a knife or something. I saw that on Twitter. So
you can beat that price actually. Can you send it to me for me?
Yeah, sure. Hold on. Let me just.
I don't want to have to put in the energy, No labor.
There you go. All right, let's continue.
Let's go.
One is more sustainable, and it's more kind to people. One is just about money and profit. These are two very different things. The reality is, ultimately, I want to manufacture this wire here in Alabama. It's a very hard thing to do. We're still working on beating that, and we're involving the Canadians with that because they're the experts. And so any solution we get to here is probably going to involve Mason and the team up there. So to be incredibly clear, we've never sold any chainmail made in China. We are selling 100% U.S. scrubbers made in America. Everything you see here, 100% made in America.
Well,
that's not.
The one exception is when we can't get enough chainmail, we have it woven in Canada from U.S. melt wire.
Yeah, but
another word for that is made.
True.
You have it made in Canada.
Then it's not fully made in the.
Yeah. Well, the weaving of the chainmail is the making of it. That's the part where you're making the chainmail. Like,
Yeah.
That is the making of chainmail. You weave it together and you weld it. That is how you make chainmail.
Exactly. Like it's not true, brother. And also, like we still don't have an answer why he hates China, man. Like it's
Yeah, I don't get it. But yeah, I believe this is the longest uncut segment we're getting into here.
Yeah. Also, like there is somebody in chat who, like, who's the one who made the Hayek knife. So, thank you for that one, Ouroboros.
What I want to do now is zoom out, like big picture. I want you to look at the systemic problems that might be happening with capitalism, and we just want to talk about that. So I'm ready to reveal this. Are you excited about this? I love this thing. Voila! The profit prioritization perambulator. I think that's what I call it. Let's look at this thing and let's just start to play and explore. So this thing is really fun, and you'll notice we have a lot of shapes and stuff going on. So let's look down here. This is a star, and the star represents product quality. You know, you have like 5-star reviews and stuff. So that is a measure of how good the product is. Up here, of course, we have profit because we are working within the context of capitalism. Profit is not always a bad thing. It gets a bad rap sometimes, but profit is a really good signal that you can use to make decisions in the marketplace. So profit's good, okay? Another thing down here is we have a person. Now, this might be a stretch. I thought about making this the worker. I thought about making this the customer. But for now, let's just call this societal good, okay? You have a good society, and people are happy when that person.
Now, what do we know about what makes people happy? It's when they have their values achieved. So, what does that mean with respect to profit? Profit is value productivity, the production of values. That's what it's a measure of in the market. So, I mean, would you guys say that it's proper to have, because obviously we all know these types of diagrams, you can either maximize on this axis or that axis or whatever. Would it be correct to say that if you're moving towards profit, you're moving away from societal good? What do you guys think on that?
I think a big problem with this is they kind of like they abstract away from what profit is, and they see it as it's just like weird floating capitalist construction that's not really concretely tied to anything. But no, it's concretely tied to value productivity. That's what profit means. That's exactly what it means. A measure of how profitable you are is a measure of how much value you're producing. So it's like he needs to get rid of this other prong on the triangle, and maybe even the other corner on the triangle as well. There's not really a dichotomy between profit and people. He needs to do away with this kind of thing.
You guys don't see, like, there is this thing called profit, and it's, like, it's just a signal. It's not a signal of anything. It's just a signal. And then there is the people,
It's like how light is a wave. It's what is waving?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Who knows? And also, like, there is this we got to take both profit and people together so that we get the absolute good, so like but that contradicts profit, so we can't take it together, like whatever this guy's good is, if it was just done through profit, he wouldn't be talking about it. But because it contradicts profit, we can't take it together, but we gotta. So, profit generates its own antithesis, and, the contradictions in capitalism then combine, and we move towards the next stage of history, which is, whatever the fuck. And then that keeps happening till we get to communism. This
is very much like an engineer's viewpoint, not an economist's or a philosopher's viewpoint. Because for an engineer, every engineer will tell you, pardon me, you cannot simultaneously maximize two things, right? So you can't simultaneously maximize profit and the welfare for people, because they just see those as two different things. Like, no, those are not actually two different things, all right? They're tied together, and this is why you need the economics, you need the philosophy. This is why you need these things, or else you end up making mistakes, like thinking that you're sacrificing product quality if you want to make more profit. I mean, that's also not necessarily true. There are some very, 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 very lucrative businesses Some of the most lucrative businesses on earth are, for instance, the parent company of Louis Vuitton and many other luxury brands. Presumably they're high quality products. I would hope they're high quality products. Very, very profitable. Incredibly profitable.
Also, like, if you lower the quality of a product, in fact, like, either your profits stay the same, or like you choose some other either manufacturing method, or you change out a part within the product and your profits still stay the same. Like, he has to demonstrate, like, necessarily why this is a bad thing. I'm assuming if he chose a cheaper widget or whatever to build the product with, I would say that this is a good thing, because consumers have now made the voluntary choice to continue purchasing the product because they didn't see that value that difference in value, I guess, or quality within the product. Like, at what point does this become like a problem to him, I guess? I don't know.
And also, this whole thing is contradicted later in the video, where he goes on to say how they were able to change their manufacturing processes, which, shout out the economic calculation problem. You can do that when you're a capitalist. They were able to improve their manufacturing processes to make the product cheaper without any change in the final product. So it isn't the case that profit comes at the expense of these other things. So this whole diagram that he's laying out here, it's contradicted in this very video.
Exactly. And, there can also be another thing going on, because this guy is an engineer. Like, in Hayek's use of knowledge in society, he does point out, like, there is this often, conflicting thing between engineers and economists, in which the engineer wants to make the best possible product out there and doesn't care about the cost, and the economist is like, but best compared to what and for whom, like, best for whom. That's important. And for example, the engineer would want to make this.
You're making the point I was trying to make, but better. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, the engineer would want to, for example, make the best possible car out there, but that is going to cost, as I said, like $5 million. And who's going to buy that? And, not the everyday person. And so a worse quality product, if it is made for the right cost for people, like, they have the right to decide that, and it can be the best decision for them. There is this, case that happened, like, when Ford Motor Cars, like, there was this big, what do you say, back in the day, in the 70s or the 80s, there was this big crusade against Ford, which, basically was for regulations to install seatbelt laws and install airbags in every car and so on and so forth. And they were like, oh, this many people died, and this happened, and this happened. Well, what happens when you force Ford to raise prices for everybody for that, in order to get those cars? Well, a lot of people keep holding on to the old cars, which are a lot less safer than the modern ones, and they, like, you're not counting those deaths, like, so it's Bastiat's seen and the unseen. You could say what's the seen, but you cannot say what's the unseen there. And therefore, like, a worse product is not necessarily a bad thing if the cost is justified. And, like, at the end of the day, the best possible world economically out there can come from people trading and deciding what's best for them in their given context of knowledge and value, and that's the only way. Like, we cannot tell societal good as apart from the market. The market is the way we can actually calculate societal good, so to speak.
I will just go to the toilet. You guys can feel free to continue, because this is the beauty of this system. You guys can play and pause and do all that bullshit, and you should be good to go in a BRB.
Mm-hmm. Yep. What do you think?
Everyone's happy.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I want to see him describe the green region. I want to see where he takes this little triangle, personally.
Yeah. I'm also thinking, like, this is, like, because this is a triangle, like, I anticipating some Hegelian nonsense here. Like, is you know, like what's gonna happen? I don't like triads, man. I don't like triads. They remind me of Hegel.
I don't think he's really philosophical enough to take it that way. Maybe you could kind of find some sort of synthesis out of this. I'm not really sure. You'd have to analyze it pretty closely, though.
Like it feels like profit is something which is contradictory to public welfare, and what we need is a synthesis of both of these things, in which we value both profit and public welfare, even though they're contradictory on the premise, but contradictions don't matter, so on and so forth. Like
yeah. I can kind of see it. I can see it.
Yeah. Maybe he doesn't mean it, but I am afraid. He's already used one Hegelian term, which is the Marxist term, which was exploitation. So like more Hegel wouldn't surprise me, but it'll definitely disappoint me.
Yeah,
he hasn't said any normative. Oh, sorry.
Go
go ahead.
I was just gonna say he hasn't made any normative conclusions inside his little triangle model yet. So I wonder if he'll do it at the end of it, because considering I guess he's trying to make the argument for what is socially optimal for the product itself, given these three factors, right? I don't know. I'll let you go, Anarcho.
I think he's more. This isn't related to what I was saying before. I have no idea. I lost that train of thought. But I think what he's kind of trying to do with the triangle is he's kind of trying to establish that you see how it's an inner dotted triangle as well. I think he's trying to show that what was it? It's when business owners can push the profit up to the top of the dotted triangle and disregard the people and the quality, and then as soon as they pass through the dotted triangle, all of a sudden it's the consequences of their foregoing quality and customer satisfaction catch up, and everything starts to collapse. It's kind of weird, and I think it's pretty much nonsense, but I think he'll kind of explain it a little better than what I'm trying to get at.
I think the best foil to whatever he says is basically how do you know public welfare? The only objective measure of public welfare can be the market, can be the profit loss system, can be basically just the market, right? I wouldn't want to say GDP, because we know as Austrians there's a lot of problems with GDP, but something like how much production and consumption is going on in the market, how are the values of people, basically how the market is doing is basically the only actual measure of well-being out there. And flawed as the GDP is, there's this meme that goes around on Twitter, which is hey, GDP is not everything. A lot of these right-wing socialists often do that. Hey, the country is not a GDP farm. So okay, a lot of these economists ask them okay, what else would you want us to focus on instead of GDP? And they're going to say something like happiness, well-being, health outcomes, whatever, and educational outcomes. And they're yeah, that's correlated to the GDP at 0.9. So might as well just go along with the GDP, guys. So the market is the only actual way in which you can have
maybe he just doesn't oh sorry I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
maybe his oh fuck. Yeah. Sorry dude. So sorry.
I was just saying that just let me conclude, which is I'm just going to say that the market is the only way in which we can actually know public good. So it doesn't make sense to say that the public good contradicts with the market, because the market is the way we actually know public good. It's like saying the image in the telescope contradicts the telescope. No, you wouldn't know public good unless and until it was from the market. Any other notion of public good is entirely arbitrary. Go ahead.
Maybe his entire argument relies on the fact that there is necessarily like a risk, I guess, involved with buying a product. That's kind of like the only argument I can conclude from this, or I guess he's going to conclude from this. But I mean, if you buy a product, like if we take this to the extreme, let's say I sell grill brushes and I plant a bomb in them, right? This thing, the person would profit because they bought it with the knowledge that I'm guessing it's going to be a grill brush, and then for whatever reason or not whatever reason, but like they die when they try to use it, but that's still a different question. That's just like saying that obviously there needs to be some regulatory measure for how much the product is harming you. So like I said, I think we just need to continue the video, I guess, to see what his point's going to be.
Before we do that, I will read some of these super chats.
Okay.
So we got Arturo Pakistur for 100 ARS. Thank you very much. Saying, if he thinks capitalism is bad, then why does he want the production happening in America, the most capitalist country? Surely he understands the reasons the conditions in China are because of socialism. Presumably, but I mean, I don't get that. Then from the same super chatter for another 100 ARS, thank you very much. He's concerned about exploitation, but would he accept production in India? Yeah, he would, as it turns out. I doubt working conditions there are much better than China. But
I'm probably going to say it's worse, man. It's probably worse.
Now we got a Diego Amateur for 2,500 CLP this time. Thank you very much. Haven't you heard? Businessmen are in a vacuum separate from the rest of society. I mean, that's got to be the claim here. I don't get it.
Okay. You'll also notice that we have this triangle, which is pretty interesting. The triangle represents a business, okay? Everything inside the dotted triangle is a viable business. Everything outside the dotted triangle is a business that has failed. You'll see this green trapezoid here. Now that...
Thank you for the gifted there, man.
No problem.
Gifties, whoop, whoop, whoop. That's what we got to sing the Gifty song now. Everybody knows it. Sing along with me. Gifties, yes, gifties, we love you. Gifties, you hoo hoo. Gifties, whoopee doo. That's the gifted song we sing every time. You've all heard it probably 100 times before. This is something I sing every stream. Of course, we all know the Gifty song, and that's all including the Gifty song, by the way. That explanation.
If we sing it, though, we'll be taking your intellectual property.
Something really funny happened. Like a communist got a membership.
Well, maybe he'll be convinced when he watches some of the members' videos.
I need to memorize the song so I can be a proper capitalist and put profits over people and only care about how much money Liquid Zulu's getting.
Don't worry, I already forgot the song, so you're not alone.
Yep.
Oh, I thought that was an actual thing.
No, I just made it up on the spot.
I was trying to memorize it.
I was also gonna think like I'm gonna memorize that shit, man.
No, that's the first ever time it's happened. But the explanation is part of the song. I wasn't being serious there, guys. That's just part of the song. I don't know what I can tell you. The rest of this stream is all part of the song.
When's it releasing on Spotify, though?
I'll release it real underground on like a SoundCloud page or something.
Oh, nice. Or LimeWire.
Yeah, we're gonna go LimeWire only for this one. It's really underground.
Yeah.
Only the true fans know it.
Yep.
That represents what I would say is like where I grew up. You had a healthy middle class, and so
he's saying, yeah, this green region is where he grew up. Where, presumably some years ago. And that was great because there was a healthy middle class. So, and then presumably now it's changed. Has America gotten more capitalist in that time or more socialist? It strikes me that America has gotten more socialist in that time. Like, it doesn't seem like he's gotten more capitalist. So if in the more capitalist period, it's in this green zone where he's fine with it, why is this a problem with capitalism and not a problem with socialism?
Exactly. And, you know, I think where he's going to go is like a lot of the myth of, you know, the deindustrialization of America, which is that, you know, all the factories, they just got up and went to Mexico and China, which to an extent that's what happened, but that's not exactly what happened. But it's also important to realize why that happened. You know, it was because it became impossible to produce in America properly and be a solvent business because there was so much red tape in America, because America was socialist, especially a lot of these, you know, states in the Midwest, which are now called the Rust Belt. Like they were so socialistic, and you know that's what they were famous for. They were famous for being the unionistic states, right? And those unions basically put so much regulations on a lot of these industries that they had to leave or they went out of business, and a lot of them did go out of business. However, I'm pretty sure this guy is from Alabama, and part of that is that China and Mexico were not the only places which actually benefited from it. The American South benefited from it also. A lot of those industries didn't go abroad; they just moved states, and so they moved to states like South Carolina, where there didn't used to be a massive auto industry, but now there is. Why? Because these states were these states deregulated, and these states had low tax, low regulation environments. They also went to states like Texas and California. California back in the day used to be like much more Republican and much more, you know, low tax and so on and so forth. And the same thing's happening right now in California, right? The same thing is happening right now. Like the Silicon Valley companies are leaving, and they're leaving for other places like, you know, Tennessee, like Montana,
Texas.
like Texas, which are, you know, they're far more less regulated, and they're also leaving for abroad. So the lesson in the fall of the Midwest is not, you know, when you do capitalism, jobs go away. The jobs came there in the first place because of capitalism. It's when you do socialism, jobs go away. You know.
So the middle
Can you like
class
rewind
existed-
the video just like to the where he describes the inner triangle real quick? Because I forgot what he said it was.
So the inner dotted triangle, that is a successful business or a working business. When you go outside of that, his assertion is that it stops working.
Okay.
Business, okay? Everything inside the dotted triangle is a viable business. Everything outside the dotted triangle is a business that has failed. You'll see this green trapezoid here. Now that represents what I would say is like where I grew up. You had a healthy middle class. And so the middle class existed in a place where the workers were happy, quality was good in general, profits were not out of control. It was a good time. So the green trapezoid represents.
I want to predict something. Like now it's gonna be. Then Ronald Reagan came along and destroyed everything. Let's see if that's true. Let's go.
Sense like a good balance. Let's say it that way. Okay, if we look over here to this side, you can see that we've got these three little squares: quality, profit, people, and we can reprioritize them.
I will just say on like just a pure video making standpoint, this is a very good illustrative tool. Just on like the video level, it's very clear what he's saying, and it's impressive that he's able to actually like construct this as a thing rather than just having it in like software or something. And so I will give him props there. This is very good as far as like video making is concerned. I like that. Don't like any of the theory
It would
behind
have been
it.
more value productive though to do it with software. Let's keep that in mind.
Well, it wouldn't have been as good for the video, I don't think.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, true.
Too bad the triangle is kind of nonsense though. It's a big missed opportunity.
Yeah, you could if this was done with proper theory in mind, then it would have been very good.
It's almost like the objectivist theory of aesthetics. Like there is the technical, there's the technical analysis of the art piece, and then there is the philosophical analysis. So he's failing on the philosophical front. He's really, really good at the technical front.
The position of these little things corresponds to where we are on our business graph here, okay? Like we move a thing, this moves, okay? So let's start. Let's say that an engineers are known to be a little weird. I like making things, right? I like making things from really cool materials. So if I were to run the company, I would say, you know what, John? I think we really need to make this out of a super alloy of niobium or fantastilloid. We need to do something that will never break because I like really high quality stuff. So what I might do if I were in control of things is I might say, you know what? We're going to take the quality of the product and we're going to run it to the max. We're going to run it to the max. And I would immediately run myself out of business because I would not make a profit. Look at this. No profit. The business is outside of the dotted line. We are no longer a viable.
Yeah, it's worth noting, like, there is kind of the Howard Rourke question here. Like, can you make really, really high quality stuff? Well, it depends on the nature of the good, because quality is not just, I suppose he's using it in a different sort of way, right? Because Howard Rourke's buildings, they're the highest quality for the purpose of the building. Right, that's like the whole point. But that doesn't mean that he just uses, diamonds on everything or anything like that. For the purpose of a scrubber, this is perhaps, his scrubber is maybe already is approaching the Howard Rourke type of scrubber, where, you're using like tool steel or what have you, for the mesh there.
There clearly is a market for things like that. For example, like back in the day, like the story is like, if anybody has seen the great movie, like it's a really good movie, people should see it. Like Ford versus Ferrari. Like in that, like the mismatch between the two companies, Ford and Ferrari, is that the Ferrari guy, he makes cars for the love of the cars, but he sells very little cars. Like he's not as big as Ford, but he loves making it. Like he's an engineer. He loves to make things. And there's a market for that. And today I would say stuff like the Pagani cars, like Hiroshi Pagani. Like he's a similar sort of guy. Like these are cars which are made to be perfect, like as good a car as it can be. And there's certainly a market for that, for people who want the best cars out there. And if I had infinite money, like if I had a lot of money, I would probably want a car like that. But there is also a market for the other thing, which is the best you can make at the given price. So I would say everybody can be a Howard Rourke at the price, so to speak. Like, yeah. So
how would you know that? I think it's interesting how he kind of implicitly understands that there is like a sort of equilibrium quality. Like he understands maximum quality, and however that's quantified isn't necessarily the best, and probably minimum isn't as well. So there's a question that's naturally raised, which is what is the correct amount of quality? And the answer you're going to get every single time is going to be take it to the market to find the equilibrium. So it almost seems like I don't see what his criticism could possibly be anymore, because it is the case that certainly some companies could just nuke the quality of whatever they're producing, but it seems like he's kind of admitting that would not be very good for them. So there's going to be some correct amount of quality, and we got to find that with the market. So I don't really see what his criticism is.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Like he has to assume that if he makes whatever the quote highest quality thing, I think you would need to qualify that. But if you make the highest quality thing, he's assuming that there would be that no customer could possibly exist that would want to purchase it at the material cost or labor cost of that product that he just made. Which, I mean, I guess that's possible if he does put it on the market and no one buys it. But like, I maybe he's putting the cart before the horse a little.
I'm pretty sure like revealed preferences in the market show that there is a small but existent market for excellent products simply because they're excellent, simply because they're in effect art pieces. They're the best that could be, you know. Like a Pagani car is basically you're driving an art piece. You're driving the best possible car that there can be. So there will probably always be a market for that, I would say. But though it will be small. You're dealing in luxury goods at that point.
Yeah, maybe I'm just taking it too literally.
I would do that because I think I mean, if I could still feed my family, I think super alloys are cool. All right, so let's look at another CEO. This is a second CEO. This person's like the best person to work for in the world. He really likes the fact that you like to fish. And he really wants you to afford that new bass boat. So he pays you a lot of money. He's like, you know what? I really like my buddy here. I want this guy to make a lot of money. So he starts paying you more than you perhaps might need to be paid. And he's like, you know what? I also really want you to compete in that bass tournament. So I'm going to let you off at about 1 o'clock every day. Pretty soon, things are out of whack and you are no longer a viable business. He did not take the time to balance things. Of course, these are absurd examples, but you get the idea. Okay, now we have the third CEO. Now, this person is all about the money, okay? This person has started a business that makes a grill scrubber, for example, and he's got a product that's viable, okay? It's a good balance between quality and people, but like it's not making a lot of profit. But then this person that gets in the director's chair says, you know what? We really need to make more money. And the way I think we can do that is instead of using this 304 stainless steel or 303, whatever it is, instead of using that, I think we can use a lower quality alloy that we can source from overseas. And what we'll do is we'll just, you know what, we'll just make our profit go up. And look at that, our quality went down, went further away from that, but our profit went up. That's good, right? Okay, so we're right here in the sweet spot. You know, people still love us, everything's great. But if you look at this, there's still profit to be had in the system here. Look at this gap here. So what we could do is we've got these workers here. What if we paid the workers less? In fact, let's don't even hire permanent workers anymore.
You couldn't do that. You can't just choose to pay the workers less. Why would they stay? Like, there is a market out there. You're competing with other firms here, you know?
I also just want to pick up the thread that I left earlier with how he's talking about how they're looking for short-term gains, because this is going to become clear as he's throwing out this example. They're looking for short-term gains at the expense of long-term good, right? What is making companies irrationally short-termed? What is doing that is central banking. They introduce a bunch of fake money, fiduciary media, which causes these boom-bust cycles over and over and over again, and it fucks up all of the planning of every entrepreneur out there. It makes them engage in clustered malinvestment. That's the important term here, malinvestment. That means they're making wrong investments, right? And we know that it's clustered every single time there's a boom, right? Why is this? Because there's a bunch of fiduciary media being put out there. That's why they're so short-term oriented. This is what is truly causing the enshittification of everything, is fiat money. With fiat money, you get fiat goods. Goods marred by fiat. That's what ends up happening. So that's why everything turns to shit.
Exactly.
And crucially, this has nothing to do with capitalism. That is a state intervention.
Yep. And you know, like I really want to also hammer this in that, and he's going to be basically like, oh yeah, let's make the quality of the good really, really cheap. Let's make its price really, really high, and let's pay our workers really, really less. Like what he's just analyzing this from the like wildest dream that a producer can have, but that's not economic reality. Like that producer will not produce profit. Like I think by profit he means like the I don't know, like the fantasy profit.
He thinks you can just, because he thinks they are just different variables, because he's not taking into account whether people are actually buying the fucking thing any longer, if the quality's plummeting and everybody's hating it. You know, he's not taking that into account at all in this model. Like, if you make a really shitty product, people are going to stop buying it. It goes into a different tier of product, and your customer base no longer wants to buy it.
Exactly. Like, so like, you know, this is, I don't know what to call it. What are you maximizing? Like, he's just maximizing, like, the wildest dream of the producer. That everybody else just, you know, conforms to his.
Now they could sell a toothbrush and then people will still buy it, because a toothbrush is a lot easier, cheaper to produce than a grill scrubber.
You kind of have to assume that there's necessarily no competition in this model, like just completely.
Yeah,
which is
no competition anywhere. Like, not even on the worker side. Like, the workers will just accept the fact that now they're getting paid $0.01, you know, because like they have nowhere else to go, you know.
I think this is a pretty prevalent area you see a lot of people doing, and it stems from people just forgetting really, really basic economics, just supply and demand. Right? Supply and demand tells us there's some correct equilibrium price where the company can make the most money. And some people say, oh, well, they forget about that, and they say, oh, well, what if the company just wanted to charge, you know, infinite money for a pair of shoes or whatever? It's like, well, actually, if a company charges $1 million for a pair of shoes, that's not going to be very profitable for them. Similarly, if they charge $1 for most pairs of shoes, that's not going to be profitable, right? So it's not necessarily the case that just jacking your prices up as high as you possibly can will make the most money. Like Mon was saying, that's the producer's dream, but it's just forgetting about supply and demand and equilibrium, right? If a producer is actually trying to be profitable, they're going to try to approach equilibrium. They're going to get as close to there as they possibly can. And, you know, when you see all of these firms just being pushed away from equilibrium, well, that should, you know, if you're an economist, your brain should start like ticking right there, and you should try to look for something like Liquid Zulu's talking about, which is this introduction of fiat currency. Because on a free market, you don't just see these firms being pushed away from equilibrium out of the blue. That can only happen from some sort of state intervention coming in and forcing these firms away from equilibrium, which is exactly what Austrian business cycle theory highlights.
Yeah, the graph kind of suggests that if you lower the quality and the well-being, that like you're necessarily going to get the maximal profit. It's
necessarily is a very important word there. Necessarily.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Necessarily going to get the most profit by lowering these things. Like, okay. No.
And you know, I want you guys to also notice that the other two analyses that he did, one was in which like the guy like really cares about his workers, like irrationally so, in which like the guy just becomes, you know, he sponsored, you know, 365 paid work leaves, you know, out of the year. You know, like that's clearly the business is not going to work because there's going to be no labor. The other one was, well, if he makes a really good product, but that nobody wants to buy because it's too expensive or something like that, the business is not going to work. You know, but in the third one, like in both of these analyses, this is like pro-reality analyses, you know, these are valid analyses. But in the third one, it's like, you know, like not asking if the business will work or not. It's just, oh, but what does that, you know, producer actually desire? You know, like the third one is completely whim-based. So the triangle kind of breaks in, like these are not the same kinds of things being talked about, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think they're connected in the way that the triangle is demonstrating.
Yeah.
At all.
You know, I accidentally timed a guy out on my YouTube chat because I was trying to respond to him about my Sonic inflation fetish. But we can continue. Unhide user on this channel.
You know?
No, he said Zulu doesn't understand what inflation means. So I said, yeah, of course I understand what inflation means. It's when they pump a bunch of air into the Sonic images that makes me feel fuzzy inside. That's what inflation means. I know what that means. Just a little gag, you know? Yeah, I've unhidden you from the channel now. Apologies for that. I clicked to reply on your thing, and then the chat scrolled, so I ended up clicking on a different button that hid him from the channel.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, like, I almost did that once, and I was like, "Oh my god, I hope I never do that again accidentally." And it's just right there, It's the button is right there.
They should ask for like, a confirmation or something. I don't know.
It's like the first buttons are report and remove, man. What the hell?
Anywho.
Let's hire contract employees, give them no future in the company, just temporary workers. Yeah, let's do that. So let's just push our profits up even higher. Yeah, we can start exploiting people. Look at that. Oh man. Look, our.
What do you mean you start exploiting people?
Oh my God,
throwing that term around. It's just throwing the term around without meaning anything.
Like when you start making less than some like arbitrary standard amount of money, it's just all of a sudden exploitation. It's like perfectly above board. And then, your wage falls below like, I don't know, $20 an hour. And it's like, oh, exploitation. No.
It's once again, like, don't deal with the poor person theory of economics. If you deal with the poor person at all and you pay him less than the prevailing wage, you're exploiting him, Have you guys seen the meme, in which, like, if the capitalist, lowers prices, he's trying to price the competition out. If he keeps prices the same as the competition, he's forming a cartel. If he raises prices, then now he's exploiting people.
It's price gouging.
There's nothing that you could do. Yeah, now he's price gouging. There is nothing that you could do as a capitalist that will be good. It feels like that. Why is this an exploitation? Why is hiring people for cheaper a bad thing?
That's why I think it's worthwhile That's why I think it's worthwhile that we are going kind of hard against SmarterEveryday here, because he's got a really big channel, and he's just kind of learned some of this stuff through osmosis, or from, as Man is saying, picking up the first book on the shelf, and he's putting out these really destructive lies about what capitalists believe. I think he should go to some capitalists, go to the Mises Institute, ask, what do capitalists actually believe? What do capitalists actually advocate for? I don't think he's done that. He just hasn't actually asked what the capitalists advocate for. He's just kind of only heard critiques of capitalism. I think that's a big problem with what he's doing here. He doesn't do that for anything. I've seen him go on videos where he's he wants to learn more about how farming works. So he goes and talks to farmers. Why in the video where he's trying to learn how capitalism works is he not talking to capitalists? Where are the capitalists? Why hasn't he visited the Mises Institute? He's in Alabama, right? He could visit Fee. Fee is headquartered in Alabama. He could just visit them, ask them, what is capitalism all about?
Isn't Mises at Auburn as well?
Yeah. That's Mises. No. Fee was headquartered in Georgia. I can't remember where Fee's headquartered. Yeah, no, I think I was thinking of the Mises Institute. Yeah. Dustin, if you're watching this video, please, or Destin, I can't remember how his name's pronounced. If you're watching this video, please go to Auburn, Alabama, talk to the Mises Institute. If you're going to be doing every other video where you want to learn about some topic, you go and talk to the people who are experts in that topic. Why are we not seeing on the topic of capitalism any capitalists turn up? Why are none of the people who are advocating for capitalism turning up in this video? Why is he not talking to these people? I think that's a big problem.
Yeah.
The video did well too, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of ratio, dislike and everything.
He's a very popular YouTuber.
Well.
This is normie food, man. This is stuff which is well produced with, a lot of virtues, but really bad ideas on economics and philosophy. The normies are gonna eat it up. There's no doubt about it. This will do well.
Yeah, it's just this really weird phenomena where people talk about capitalism and love to critique it without ever defining it. You'd think that in any video where you're arguing against something, you'd get some definitions out. You know, like if you see people doing a debate, the first thing they normally do is like, all right, let's define our terms. But they often, you don't see that with capitalism. And so you just get a kind of like conflation of capitalism with some like vague status quo collection of policies. I think it's very devious, honestly. I don't know if Smarter Every Day particularly is, but generally when you see this kind of thing, I think it's pretty devious.
Well, it's very convenient for the Marxists to load questions and to subvert, the English language however they need,
I think this is why when I first started SnackTube, why I was very clear about how I didn't want it to just be channels which are explicitly capitalist. I was also fine accepting channels where it is an ANCAP behind the scenes, but they're just making whatever kind of content. Because I think this is how this type of thinking seeps into the culture. Like if there's been for a long time, it's not so much anymore, but for a long time, if you watch any of the top streamers on Twitch, for instance, every single one of them are going to be an LA socialist. Every single one of them. Because that's just the culture that seeps through. And so they all just kind of adopt the same culture. And that's just how it gets adopted by osmosis. By people like Smarter Every Day. And he shouldn't be thinking this way. He's a smart guy. Clearly, he's very intelligent. He's able to create a bunch of great things. He should not be thinking this way about the economy. He absolutely should not.
Exactly. And,
he's a business owner.
There is also this conflation between when people say capitalists, they don't mean capitalists, they mean entrepreneurs or like business people, which is also something we should call out. It's like socialist, like the socialist is not a guy who works for the Soviet Union. A socialist is someone who believes in socialist theory. Similarly, a capitalist is not someone who is engaging in a free market. A capitalist is someone who believes in capitalist theory. So you don't, if Smarter Every Day watches this and he says, oh, I talked to capitalists, I talked to this business owner. No, that's not a capitalist. That's a business owner. Talk to like theory bros, talk to economists, talk to philosophers of capitalism. That's what we mean. That's in today's culture important to point out.
Why doesn't he test his own theory right now? Since supposedly he owns, I'm pretty sure he owns a business. Why doesn't he lower the product quality entirely as cheap as possible, and also treat his workers like shit and see what happens within his business? He could disprove his own theory in real time if he actually wanted to. Would his profit go up?
He'd become like a trillionaire.
With his, I guess he just doesn't want the money or something. That would be his reasoning. I don't know.
Yeah.
Quality in our people, they're but still, look at our profit, man. We are so much man, this is great. The shareholder value is going through the roof. This is fantastic. But can we do more? Are there more things we can do?
What is the most shareholder value probably anybody has ever gained in a single trading session? It's probably Elon Musk when SpaceX went public. Now, are SpaceX rockets the lowest quality rockets, and it treats their employees the worst? Absolutely not. They're the highest quality rockets. They treat their employees the best. They've got janitors who are fucking millionaires now. This is the whole problem with this diagram he's laid out here. This is just completely false.
Exactly. And though there is one thing to point out, which is Elon Musk is someone who I've read his biography. He is someone who's hard to work with, in the sense of the Steve Jobs sense. He is someone who's a little bit of a hothead. So we could say he doesn't treat his workers quote unquote well, but then they get paid fuck, they get.
It's the madman meme. That's what the money's for, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what the money's for. You get paid for it, man.
Ultimately, that you need to have, if you're looking for successful businessmen, they're going to be on the right tail of the distribution in terms of humanity, right? They're going to be a little bit weird.
Yeah.
If you look at the greatest geniuses of all time, they're all going to be a little bit kooky at the very least, right? Because they're exceptional human beings, they're going to be divergent in many other ways, right? That's just how it works. They're not going to be normal, middle-of-the-road guys, because if they were, they wouldn't be so exceptional. They wouldn't take so many risks. They wouldn't be quite as disagreeable as they need to be to get the job done.
You're a big fan of JP, right? And his literature?
Yeah, Jordan Peterson.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm glad that you, sorry, this is irrelevant, but I'm glad that you speak out for him, because I feel like, all the drama aside, I think his works are still excellent.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't agree with everything he says, of course. I disagree with some of his philosophy, for instance. But still, what he's saying is very, like, interesting, where he comes at things, at the very least. Like, you know, Maps of Meaning, one of my favorite books of all time. Yeah, I don't agree with all of the philosophy. It is a very good book. It's very good. It's very interesting, the things he's saying, and there's definitely a lot you can take away from it, even if you don't agree with all of the philosophy he's putting down there.
And I would also say that he was, like, I'm pretty sure, like, in my lifetime, he was the deepest he was the deepest thinker to come on the public stage and be well known across the world. Like, sure, like, there are deeper thinkers. There is Harry Binswanger and so on and so forth, but they were not, they're niche people. They're not famous. Ayn Rand was like a deep thinker which came on the world stage, but that was way before me. But like Jordan Peterson was someone who clearly had a very, very deep view of the world. And that's something, you know, like...
And he's passionate as well. You can tell he's passionate about what he's saying.
Yes, exactly. You know, and like there is Ayn Rand's essay, which is Philosophy Who Needs It, right? But like we can talk for later about what philosophy you need, but like her main point there was you need philosophy. And so Jordan Peterson was also an introduction to a lot of people about, you know, introduction for a lot of people for thinking philosophically. And certainly, like I used to be, like, I remember when I was 16 or 17, I used to be a normie sort of communist, like the kind of person you become if you just study the government textbooks that the government gives you, you know. And then I saw like Jordan Peterson's videos on YouTube. Then I went and saw all of his lectures because I was curious, and like that started to change me. And then I kind of drifted into capitalism through there. Then I met Zulu on a Discord server, and I became an ANCAP, you know, and so on and so forth. You know, like, and so it goes, you know.
I remember that. It was like some like, it was in like a minarchy server or something.
Yeah. I was the head minarchist.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can so the server died. Yeah.
I was just, you know, I just was thinking about JP because you mentioned disagreeableness of businessmen. Yeah. And that reminded me of a lot of his lectures on how like human behavior affects, you know, your level of productivity and how you interact with the world and, you know, business in general.
I think JP is really good on like I'm not going to say he's really good on psychology because I found better people on psychology from then on, but they're very niche, of course. They're objectivist psychologists. But like JP is like pretty good on psychology. Like he has a lot of great things to say on psychology. He is pretty good on like individualism and economics. Where he goes wrong is his general view of the world. Like he's a Byronic romantic, if that makes any sense. Like the world is this, you know, bad place in which you have to continuously struggle because that's the only thing that you can do. Like like existentialist kind of Sisyphean mixed in with a little bit of Christian philosophy, like Dostoevsky and stuff. Like that's where he's coming from mostly, and like. And that's fair enough. Like that's not a very good philosophy, I would say, but it certainly he was very deep. He was very passionate, and he was certainly an introduction to like philosophical thinking for a lot of people, including me. So I'm going to be forever grateful to him on that. And as you said, Maps of Meaning is a great book.
And it is worth noting, like he isn't a professional philosopher. Like he is a psychologist primarily. So like, you know, for somebody who isn't just doing philosophy, like he's got a lot of good things to say. So he is an impressive person.
I know. Let's just move the whole operation overseas. Let's quit doing this long-term thinking thing. Let's think short-term, and look at that. Oh man alive. Look at all this profit we have made. We have run right up into a maximum profit business that has what I will call wedged itself up into the profit crotch. This is the most profit you can get out of a company without poking through the other side and ticking people off. And this is why almost every product.
I mean, surely you've already ticked people off a bunch because you're way away from the human factor or whatever you called it, right? It's like, this whole model really doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's got to be a very shit product that everybody hates, but somehow it's the most profitable a company can be without destroying it. And it's not clear how, as if you increase the profit further, because if you go past this, surely you're making even more profit now. So what actually causes the business to fail if it's making even more profit?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Exactly. And also like look at the analysis here. Like the other two, like the analysis in the other two variables was very economic. The analysis here is, if you try to make more profit, you tick people off. Like, what do you mean, bro? Like, how am I able to make profit in the first place if I don't deliver what people want? Like if nobody's buying from me, you know? The point is value creation.
You piss them off, but not enough for them to stop buying, apparently.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about with they're kind of seeing profit as this like floating disconnected metric. It's like this is concretely tied to things. They have to he has to get rid of his weird notion of profit as something that's just can exist interdependent of any other factors in a company. It's just somehow you're making profit while no one likes your product. And another thing I'll say is it's pretty weird to me how he kind of sees this like dotted red line as like this. As soon as you cross this line, you could piss people off tons while you're in the line, but as soon as you cross this line, suddenly your entire business just magically fails. It's like he sees like the supply and demand curve as like it's like flat, and then automatically it just goes straight down out of nowhere. It's just I don't know how this makes any sense. I mean, it's clearly any adjustment you make is going to have a there's going to be a result from that adjustment. It's not that it's inelastic at first, but then automatically as soon as you do something, it's just incredibly elastic once you pass this weird asymptote or something like that.
Yeah, it's like the epicycle view of orbits, right? Where why do the objectivists, even without any knowledge of orbits, why do we reject epicycle view, which is like all of these interconnecting circles and everything? That's how you explain the orbits. Well, because what is the cause of any of this stuff? Like, what is the cause of it to suddenly drop off that cliff? Like, what are the causal factors at play here? We have no clue.
Exactly. And
but you have that.
I'd also say that these are not the only factors. Like this is not. None of this has anything to do with like business. I would say the only thing that matters is like there are three things that matter to an entrepreneur. There is there is cost. Cost is basically how much money you're spending to create the product. There is price. Price is what you're selling it at. And then there is value. Value is what does the consumer evaluate it as, So your job as an entrepreneur is to maximize the difference between the price and the cost. And how do you decide the price? By estimating some value and trying to produce that value, like produce the perception of your product as having that value, and of course delivering that value. Otherwise people won't buy it a second time. And so that's what matters. Like none of this and all of these variables, such as like how you treat your workers, how you like how much do you pay your workers, how good of a product quality that it is, all of that gets subsumed in just that. And so like that's all you need to think about. Cost, which is how much am I investing into this, price, how much am I going to charge for this, and value, which is like how much is the consumer going to appraise it as, and if the difference between value and price is high, then the consumer is going to think that it's a good buy. And the higher the difference that's the psychic profit of the consumer. And the higher the difference between price and cost is, that's your profit. So you need to place the price somewhere between cost and value, so that you maximize both of those, so that you get a very good business model going. I would say this is the best model that I've seen of the market, like the best model that I've seen of what an entrepreneur has to care about, and nothing else. I got this from Perb Island. Like I recently attended a class of his on entrepreneurship. So this is what I got to say on this. Like drop the triangle, just think of these three things: cost, price, value.
And what's important is we didn't just kind of pull these out of a hat, which it seems like he did for these three factors. Like, I mean, he was even saying in the video, I was debating over whether to call this, like, the worker or the consumer or what. That is a surefire sign that he's just kind of pulling this out of his ass. We're not coming to those factors out of our ass. We can come to those factors by building up from first principles, because we're thinking like economists. What is actually at play here? Whereas he doesn't seem to be thinking in that way, which is a shame.
Exactly.
You've loved has eventually become a crappier version of itself. Because what happens, this was written about by a guy named Cory Doctorow. He has a word that I'm not going to say here, but I'll just call it encrapification. The encrapification of a digital product, in his case, is what he was explaining, but I think it applies to physical products as well. What happens is, at some point, you capture the market, and then the game just becomes profit extraction. The motivation changes, and you no longer care about how good the quality of the product is, or the people, or how it affects your community even. You just want to maximize profit. And that's how you end up making things that hurt people, or that just aren't good. That's why a lot of times we don't have good options in stores. It's because the minimum viable product that will extract profit from me is produced and put in front of me, and as long as I continue buying it, the cycle continues. But let's say that this Scrooge McDuck of a CEO goes a little too far and says, you know what, there's even more profit to be had here. What if I can make my manufacturing processes even cheaper? I don't even know the glue or how they're melting that in. What if we just don't do quality control or whatever? I don't even know how it happened. Boom. Suddenly, you pop right through the profit crotch and you poked out the other side. And congratulations, you just made a grill scrubber that hurts people, and you have to withdraw millions of scrubbers from product shelves because.
So that doesn't seem very profitable.
Yeah. And once again, point everybody back to the Ford example. Once again, like there is a cost element here. There is a risk involved with the shitty grill scrubber, which people should be able to take. Maybe I buy the shitty grill scrubber, and then I'm very careful when I'm cooking. And before cooking, I kind of look through the grill to see if anything's left behind. Maybe I can do that extra due diligence, and then I can, I can live with the $9 grill scrubber instead of the $60 grill scrubber. Like there is a cost element here. Like once again, what do you want me to say? Like if you force people to just buy the $60 grill scrubber, perhaps they do the grill scrubbing manually, like they do it by hand or something. And they end up hurting themselves even more, Like, what about that particular potential effect? What about the unseen, Like you gotta really think about these things. It's not that simple, you know. Like you created the most expensive grill scrubber out there. Sure, it's the safest, but what is the cost of that safety? You know, like that everything has a price to it. Like, I don't buy the safe. I don't live in the safest house in the world. I don't drive the safest car in the world. I don't have the safest anything in the world because those are too expensive. I couldn't live my life that way, you know. And so, and everybody reveals this in their preferences in what they buy. That there is a cost to safety that they give to themselves given their current context of life. So who is this guy to tell people that, oh, this is too bad of a product for you to buy? Well, perhaps not, you know, perhaps not.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Sorry, I think it's interesting how he has this idea of like you've captured the market, and now all of a sudden you can just start charging whatever price you want. I think that seems to be a case of context dropping to me. I mean, it's like, well, presumably, well, how did you capture the market? presumably by providing them with something they want. So now you start maximizing profit, and you start, inshittifying your product. Well, now you're doing the opposite of how you captured the market. So I don't see how you could possibly remain profitable doing this. It's like I don't see how this like market capture idea could possibly, I don't know, be continuous with your lowering of the quality. Like how do those two things go together?
Yeah, he's kind of skipping this step. Like a dangerous product existing on a market doesn't like it just demonstrates that the fucking product is defective in some way. It doesn't like demonstrate that capitalism somehow systematically like rewards dangerous products in general, because like once it's known that this product has this defect, I'm assuming, unless you're just suicidal, that people are gonna not buy it, right?
I wouldn't say that, because
Oh really?
of course, these people are not selling cyanide pills. They're selling something which has a risk to it. Now, how much is that risk? Like what percentage is that risk? Can those risks be mitigated? Like, I'm pretty sure like a dangerous product is basically just a risky product, and like people in the market will
decide
either say
whether it's worth it.
I'm willing to take this risk, for the price that this product is. Because remember, like imagine being a poor person, right? Like imagine being a poor person. The brush that he's holding in his hand, which he's saying that it hurts people, that costs $9. The brush he wants to sell you costs $60. Is the risk worth the premium? Is the question everybody is liable to ask, and I think it's a fair enough question. Like,
thank you. Yeah, that's a better way of phrasing it.
Yeah. So like, and like there are other ways to mitigate the risk. Like after you clean with the dangerous brush, check before you cook. If you see like if anything's left behind, that's one way to mitigate the risk. So,
no, I'm just gonna sue the company. Actually,
that's one way. Yeah.
People. That is a real thing that happens. And I want to show you kind of how we started. Let me adjust the perambulator here. So John and I, when we started doing this scrubber, we kind of started here. We had a super high quality product. It was really good. People really enjoy it.
And then he made it shittier?
Where we're at, but we've made process optimization decisions that is now changing the profit game. And so we're looking at this big picture question, right? Let's go talk to John at JJ George, which is where we sell the Smarter Scrubber from.
We're going to find out he's making more profit now, so he must have made it shittier. Let's find out if that's the case.
Let's go see what John has to say about the decisions in the near future. Okay, John obviously is the business part of all this. He knows the business side. I just do the engineering stuff. So we can make these things cheaper now. That's right. That's right. So that means more profit, right?
Oh, so you made them shittier, right? Let's find out.
Yes. And we didn't know that originally when we got into this. We we kind of got forced into buying out the injection molding company. But we weren't forced, but our Chris, who had helped us a ton, was retiring, and we wound up buying his machines, and luckily he helped us use his knowledge. But in doing that, we really saved a lot of money that we didn't know we could save. And then
so there was that, and then there was the laser machine,
and then Destin has an idea to make this laser machine, which I had serious doubt.
I mean, I'm not saying where the product's getting shittier, but per the model, the product must be getting shittier. Let's find out if the product gets shittier. Surely at some point he says, and then we started making it shittier. So let's find out.
Or he's paying people less. He's paying people less.
Yeah.
And we need to come in. I think he cuts to a clip of his workers. Let's look for like big frowns on their faces. Make sure we're looking carefully.
They're gonna be like covered in soot. They're gonna be like begging on the street steps. It's gonna look like a sweatshop through there when you go. He's gonna take the camera through. It's gonna look like that sweat. Have you guys seen Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Frank runs a sweatshop and he has like a steam whistle to get them all back to work. They're working 18-hour days. They're like in really shitty conditions. That's what's going to happen, right? Let's see.
Loved it, man. I was excited about the laser machine.
Told me, but I was like, I don't know. And the guys weren't sure about it. And because we're doing them on lasers, and they were pretty fast. We just loaded. We had a system, and so we get this machine. We didn't know if it was going to work, and we get this thing in here, and we're doing them 3 times as fast. And
they're doing a lot faster. They're making a lot more profit. So it must be shittier, therefore. Let's find out.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, thank you for letting me do it.
No.
So what are you gonna do with the profit? Yacht, right? It's yacht time. You're gonna buy a yacht for yourself.
Yes. Well, it's between a yacht or we could just make the scrubber cheaper and sell more of them in the long run.
So it's the same product, and they were just able to make it cheaper now. So $60, that's actually the cheaper price that man looked up earlier. So now they're able to make it cheaper, but it doesn't sound like they actually changed the product at all. They just changed how they're manufacturing the product. Doesn't that refute the entire thing preceding this? Like, am I going fucking crazy here? I missed the point. Please, Doctor, get back in chat here and tell me that I've missed the point that he explains in part 1, how actually he made the product way shittier. He's paying people way less now, and that's how he was able to improve this.
Go back to this graph real quick, where he shows it, where his company started. Oh yeah, there you go. There, you can go ahead a little bit more.
About there. That's where his company started.
Yeah. See, I'm a people first person, so I'm really disappointed that he didn't actually just put the person at the very top. You know.
I mean, yeah, he's moving away from people and quality here by making more profit. I don't know how he's moving away from people and quality, but he is. He must be.
That's a structural critique of capitalism. I mean, our worldviews are just falling apart in front of my eyes. I'm about to cry and re-question all of my beliefs.
So that's the whole thing about this whole fucking video. Is everything he says is disproven by his own actions. He keeps saying these are all structural problems with capitalism, and he proves how he was able to overcome them within capitalism. I don't understand what his critique even is. It's asinine.
Yeah. I also want to tell you guys something pretty funny, which is one of the places the people who are making this product, they internationally ship it to, is Hong Kong. So he has no problem selling to the Chinese. He has
no
problem buying. So the racism is only on the buying side, not the selling side.
Good to know.
As long as his products don't get touched by dirty Chinese hands, it's okay.
We can't
once they're all done, he can touch it. But
we can't have Han Chinese in any. Get the hell out of here, Han Chinese. Get the fuck out of here. We don't want your dirty noodle grabbing hands on our products.
I can laugh. I'm Korean, all right. I don't claim them. Those are the lesser Asians, all right.
We we kind of got forced into buying out the injection molding company. Well, we weren't forced, but our Chris, who had helped us a ton, was retiring, and we wound up buying his machines, and luckily he helped us use his knowledge. But in doing that, we really saved a lot of money that we didn't know we could save. And then
so there was that, and then there was a laser machine,
and then Destin has an idea to make this laser machine, which I had serious doubts about.
I loved it, man. I was excited about the laser machine.
I think it's also worth going over that story there. How they were able to sell the same products for cheaper by buying out this company. Isn't the normal story that these evil capitalists keep buying out all these companies, and that's what causes things to go bad? It seems like the opposite is the case. I think
he's arguing for capitalism, to be honest.
This whole video seems like an argument for capitalism. All of the actual concrete examples he uses in the video are arguments for capitalism, but he frames them as if they're against capitalism.
In what sense is his company not just a capitalist success story of a couple of guys who got together and recognized a deficiency on the market, and then they came up and they swallowed up all the competitors, and they went out and they produced a better product and people love it? In what way is that not what this is?
Yeah, that's the exact argument for capitalism. Like, if I were to try and say, well, in the market, if there's some really shitty line of production, somebody could come in. If I was in a debate with a socialist, some new company could come in and make a better product than all of the competitors, and then they would be able to succeed. The socialists would say, absolutely fucking not, that's never going to happen. But it did happen. In this video, it happened. In this video critiquing capitalism, the capitalist success story happened. I don't understand this video.
Exactly.
Maybe he should have just cut out the entire first half and said capitalism is great.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Honestly, if this video was just one reframing of this video, where he's talking about how capitalism is great, all of the same exact things happening in the video, the same literal things with the engineering process and everything, all of his problems with trying to start up the engineering process, and he just reframed it and said, this is why capitalism is so great, it would have been entirely correct.
We should check out his comments actually after this to see what the people say.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how his whole channel though is like a capitalist success story. Like he produces better quality content, and like we were just complimenting, the quality of his videos. So he's out competing all the other, lesser channels who are producing worse content, and he has tons of subscribers from that. And because people are recognizing and look, he's making presumably a lot of profit from this, and you would expect the quality of his videos to be really bad though, and all the people he's filming with, they're gonna have a really bad time, but I just don't see it.
Jeffrey made a great comment. He said capitalism sucks because the psychopaths are right.
I was like, I don't know. And the guys weren't sure about it. And because we're doing them on lasers, and they were pretty fast. We just loaded. We had a system, and so we get this machine. We didn't know if it was going to work, and we get this thing in here, and we're doing them 3 times as fast. And that,
that's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah.
And thank
you for letting me do it.
No.
So what are you going to do with the profit? Yacht, right? It's yacht time. You're going to buy a yacht for yourself.
Yes. Well, it's between a yacht or we could just make the scrubber cheaper and sell more of them in the long run. And I think
how dare he buy something also for himself?
Yeah, I mean he does go in. He then goes in further about how they end up making even more profit by selling it cheaper, but it's the same product. So he can get 2 yachts now, presumably.
Another path to the yacht. Not staying in business. But anyway, yes. So when we look at the long
what if he deletes this video and then just he watches us, deletes this video, and then makes an apology video? I think that'd be a beautiful bow tie to the end of this story.
Beautiful.
Or he literally just cuts out like 2 parts in this video and replaces it with what Zulu was saying, the better framing. He just re-upload the same video.
He needs to remake this. We need a second update where he goes to the Mises Institute and he asks them about capitalism, and he learns about how every step he took is in fact the exact prediction of what the Austrians are saying would happen in a free market.
Exactly. And also, like, I think at that point, you should also buy Zulu a yard. Like, that at that point.
I think
like,
it's only
that's
fair.
just-
So true.
Yeah, Smart Every Day, please. $1,000 super chat. Doctor in the chat earlier, he didn't give me the $1,000 super chat to react to the first part. Please, I need the $1,000 super chat. So BC Pratt is saying we're just getting rage baited by the title. I mean, he chose to title the video that way, A, and B, he's constantly critiquing capitalism in the video, being very clear. These are systemic problems with capitalism. I think BC Pratt 6979, not to be offensive here, but I think you should get checked out to see if you have Down syndrome or something of the sort. I think you might be mentally retarded. I think you should shut the fuck up and stop talking to anybody. You're not good at it. You're not good at talking to people. You should sit back, be in the background, let the people who can talk be in the foreground, be in the background. That's where you belong. That's where you should stay.
Holy base.
Exactly. Based as fuck.
I'm not as greedy. He can just like buy me another monitor or something. Yeah. I don't need a yacht.
I need $1,000. $1,000 super chat.
Videos, we're gonna sell a lot of products, but that's not gonna last forever.
I can't make Smarter Every Day the chainmail grill scrubber channel. I just don't want to do that.
Right. It's not fair. And this is a product that it's a good product. We're going to have it at a good price. And we just need to run it like a normal business. We need to pay for advertising and make a quality product at a good price. And I think the rest will take care of itself.
I have noticed that most people come about figuring this thing out because somebody tells them about it.
And we can tell too. We can look at the analytics, and a normal product is a 3% conversion rate. It's pretty good, and the scrubber has run at about 8% over time. So that means 8% of the people coming to the website are buying a scrubber, which is
So again, this is just proving that capitalism works, and the same is true. I implemented those same principles into the design of the website where I have my course hosted on. Right, I wanted to remove all possible barriers to people getting to my course. Apologies, my watch just went off there. All possible barriers, because some courses you'll go on there. Be like, insert your email here to join the mailing list. Get rid of that. No. Immediately, bunch of people click off. Google research shows this. Immediately, like 90% of the people click off of your website. Stop doing that. Then you'll have like maybe $900 and then you can access this course. No. Bad idea. Very bad idea. Immediately, 99.9% people click off of that website right there. I want to have as few barriers as possible to get to the product. So much so that you don't even got to fucking pay for the goddamn thing. I still make plenty of money off of that course. Believe you me, I still make plenty of money off of it. If I were to tally it all up, it would be great money for the amount of time I spent putting it. I did put a lot of time into it, but over time, like, it just keeps getting me more and more and more money.
I bought it twice by accident.
There you go. And you don't even have to do that. You can just pay what you want for it. People have paid a lot of money for the course. I can't reveal any specifics, but some people have paid a lot of money for that course because they just want to support it.
Yeah. Let's go.
When is the other course, like, it's still in it's still in construction. I've been waiting for that, praying every day.
Yeah, I'm currently I'm working on the debate course. I'm going to do a debate course as well. The thing is with the history of philosophy course and the objectivism course, for all my courses I want to make sure that I'm an expert in that field before I make a course in it. And I'm just not confident enough that I'm an expert in these other fields yet to make courses on them. I think I am an expert in debate, so I think I can start chipping away at the debate course. But like,
I debate course out before mine. That would be I'd give you $100 to be honest.
There you go. So like that's like the main thing. Like, and you know, over the years, I hope this will become like a really good repository of like, because that was the whole selling point of the libertarianism course, is like, this is the fastest way you can possibly get to expertise. You don't have to go through some massive reading list. You don't have to do any of that shit. This is the fastest possible way, because an expert has already just condensed it all down into the shortest possible time. Like that, and to do that, I really do need to be an expert in them. And there are areas of objectivism where I'm not an expert in. There are areas of the history of philosophy I'm not an expert in. So like, and the history of philosophy one, I think I will split up into multiple different courses. I've got like some books over there of like particular periods in the history of philosophy that I can like, you know, really make sure I know my shit before I release a course on it.
Random users right. Waiting for Zulu courses is a load time preference.
There you go.
Insanely high, but that also means that people are looking for the scrubber. So somebody told them about it, and they are coming to look for it when they buy it.
Okay, so my model isn't perfect because John explained that our profits were going up, even though we didn't sacrifice.
You know, it's not just that the model isn't perfect; it's that it's completely theoretically inept. Like, I think he's being too friendly to the model here. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, the smarter scrubber business isn't some like crazy unique business. This is how all business operates.
Exactly. Like, if the model is unable to, you know, represent reality accurately, you don't say it's not perfect. It's just not true. You know, like it's a bad model. Throw it out, and we can tell you why it's a bad model. It's because you included a caricature of a you know, Scrooge McDuck capitalist instead of actually asking what brings profits, you know?
The whiteboard magnets are just too cool to get rid of, though. I will admit, it's really cool. Like,
so true.
I wouldn't want to get rid of it either.
Yeah, I'd keep it as a keepsake, but get rid of the theory, you know?
The quality or our community. In fact, we were able to help somebody retire, but I want to look more closely at what John's doing, because this is fascinating. We're getting back into like school microeconomics, and I think it's fascinating. Like, I'm getting to live this. You learn something in school and then you live it. It's very different. This is
maybe there's supply and demand. He finds economics fascinating.
There you go. So you should read Per Bielen's book, How to Think About the Economy, a primer. You can get it for free. You could probably just rock up to the Mises Institute and say, "Hey, can I get this book?" You know, Joe, I'll put in a good word with you for Joe. You can just give it to you.
Yep.
And curve. And so the supply is here. Okay, so as the price goes up, more people want to produce the thing, right?
Yeah.
This is the demand curve. As the price goes down, more people want to buy the thing. The situation we find ourselves in is crazy because these companies literally said, we're going to decrease the supply of grill scrubbers on the market.
And what happens in a free market if that happens? Let's see why he thinks this is happening.
We're going to recall them. And
no. I don't think the companies are choosing to do... It's not that the companies had this Machiavellian plan. We're going to sell a bunch of these scrubbers and then recall them and then we'll make a bunch more money. Absolutely fucking not. It's that they had to recall them because the government said to recall them. He's framing this as if this is like some Machiavellian plan that the companies are able to make more money. Like, no, absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's how you kill your business.
Exactly.
If all your scrubbers get recalled, you kill your business.
And I would once again say that people have a right to choose their products if they think that, you know, the risk premium for the more expensive product is too much, and that the best judges, you know, people will not always be right about this. You know, I can imagine an individual being wrong about this, but the best possible judge of what a person wants is themselves. Like, the closest we can get to good answers is if we leave this to individuals in a free market and not a centrally planned economy. Like, all you could do is, like, if you want to make things truly better, you could educate the individuals in the free market on how to make these judgments and so on and so forth. Like give them good principles of thought. In effect, teach them objectivist philosophy. You know, beyond that, like you just leave it to the individuals in the market. They know best. People know best what to do with their lives better than anybody who is not them. So certainly no central planner. You know. Yeah.
When we do that, the price goes up. So like the natural price in the market for grill scrubbers went up. But not only that, now more people need grill scrubbers. And so that pushes the demand this way. So the price.
Does the demand increase? Surely the same number of people are demanding grill scrubbers. Or is he saying because a bunch of them are recalled, now more people need... But if those people who had them recalled, they just get the money back, surely. Or a new one sent to them. I'm not sure that the demand does increase.
Yeah.
Like, maybe I'm misunderstanding something about this argument, but I don't think the demand does increase.
I don't know, maybe it's like all these companies who had to recall their grill brushes, they're like untrustworthy now or something, so there's this big gap because they're all like dipping out of the market. But that's seems like a pretty big assumption to make. I don't know, it seems like realistically demand probably wouldn't really change very much.
Yeah
I
think
I don't see how demand increases.
It's definitely something he needs to explore more, like explain specifically why demand is increasing here. Just because now a bunch of more people need grill scrubbers. Like, did a bunch more grills get sold?
I think what he's going for is that people who got it recalled will now need grill scrubbers.
Presumably they get a refund or a replacement.
Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't see demand increasing here. Like we didn't create more demand for grill scrubbers by recalling them.
Yeah.
Is just going up. So it was here and like now it's here. That is crazy. But
and also the price increasing. Like this isn't necessarily making the companies more money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say something more generally, though, about like when people see, oh, the price just went up and they see it as like this intrinsically bad thing. I think the best way to understand why this is actually very good sometimes is like if you take a hurricane, and often you'll see, the gas prices after the hurricane or before the hurricane's being forecasted, the gas prices go up a lot because people are trying to get out of town. Well, that's very good. And often people look at that and they'll say like, oh, this is so bad because all these people need this gas. So the government should come in and fix the price artificially low. Well, that's actually the opposite of what should happen, right? The gas price going up signals to everyone that there's not enough of this to go around, right? We need only the people who actually need this gas to be buying it. When the gas price is made artificially low by the government, now people who don't really need the gas as much can come in and buy this gas. Like maybe someone who could have gotten a plane ticket, now they're buying this gas, whereas someone else, now this gas isn't freed up for someone who actually does need the gas. And so it's like it is the case that even these people who maybe the guy with a plane ticket, right? It's still a mutually profitable interaction, but it's not the most value productive end, right? So when you come in with these artificial, price ceilings and floors, you're messing with the market equilibrium and you're pushing things away from their most value productive end. So the price being very high, it gives a signal to everyone that specifically only the people who really need this gas should be buying it. And that's going to allocate these resources better towards their most value productive end instead of just wherever the central planner arbitrarily decides to put the ceiling or floor at.
And like specifically, like if in these like disaster areas where you have like hurricanes and stuff, specifically, if it was on the market and gas prices were really high there, well, people do try to bring like generators, do try to bring gas in, stuff like that. Exactly. Under extreme conditions, under crazy conditions, they're taking on a bunch of risk. And that requires, because the price is so high, they can make a profit on that, right? They can make arbitrage profits there. That is a signal that also brings all of these resources to the area that needs them the most. And when the government comes in and says you're not allowed to price gouge, guess what? That no longer happens. People don't make those arbitrage decisions. And so people just go without. Like, that's not an improvement.
Exactly. You leave people worse off. Like, that's a beautiful way of putting it, right? Like, in effect, everything, like prices are what prices are, more than anything else, is that they are a global communication mechanism, right? Like, when a price rises somewhere, those people are sort of telling you that, hey, we really, really need this thing, and we're going to be bidding more than anybody else in the world. And so entrepreneurs are going to supply them that thing. And if you interrupt or disrupt or close down this process, then the people who need the thing don't get the thing. That's how you get shortages. That's how you end up causing more damage than there had to be. And also, like, the thing about the market is that it's very hard to stop. So a lot of times, if you actually ban things, if you actually put in price controls, what ends up happening is that there is a black market anyway. But now you have made people less safe. You have made people, on top of fighting the disaster, and trying to obtain the resources, they're now also fighting the policemen. And trying to obtain the resources. So you have made life even harder for them. You can't stop the market. You can only make life harder for it, or like basically like that. You can't really stop people from obtaining resources if they really, really need to. They'll just go on the black market. You just make life harder for them. You make everything worse off. So don't do price gouging. Don't do price gouging. Don't do price controls. Don't do any distortions or stoppages of the global communication mechanism that is prices between entrepreneurs and consumers. Yep. Hear me? Anybody here?
But what John is saying is opposite to that.
Oh, sorry.
So if the market...
Okay.
I was eating something, sorry. I didn't want to chew in the mic.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
I also
video or
the context of what you said early on because I had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, no issues. I was just saying that the price mechanism is more than anything else a communication mechanism between the entrepreneurs and the consumers. So if you try to interrupt if you try to do price controls, what you do is, one, the supply now cannot reach the people who need it the most. And two, a lot of times you don't actually end the market, you actually just drive it underground. It just gets converted into black markets, and you make things more unsafe for people.
Yeah, you're just artificially. Yeah, you're just coming in and making everything harder, but you're not actually stopping the function. So you end up just increasing scarcity at the end of the day when you actually evaluate it in its totality.
Exactly. And now, on top of fighting with the natural disaster, the people also have to fight the police who are trying to stop them from fighting the natural disaster.
I mean, I would say you definitely stop it to some degree. Just at a point of access, but if it's in demand enough, people are gonna fucking get it. Like, they'll figure out a way.
Exactly.
Like, a crackhead still figures out how to get crack despite being poor and living under a bridge.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a bad example.
That's a very good example.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to find a more safe example. Safe for YouTube. Yeah. I have like 3 channel warnings, dude. It's bad. Like, I have to be very cautious.
Yeah, you got to be really cautious on YouTube, man.
Can you get a channel warning for what you say on this stream?
No.
Nah.
Oh, that's good.
Their algorithm isn't that developed, I guess. And they don't really give too much of a shit. But anyway, we can watch the video.
Don't get nuked, my brother. You're making good stuff.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying really hard. I'm afraid the video I have coming out might get me nuked because I have a few jokes, but they're not verbal. So one of them is like the first one in the intro. It's the what I'm doing is the book on queers. Like there's a comic book called Queers. Basically what it is, it's like a fight between two groups. It's the gays who accept themselves and the gays who don't accept themselves. I got paid to do this, by the way. Someone offered me $100 and I was like, sure, fuck it, it's not that long. But yeah, I have a joke where it's like, I know what some of you think about queers because like my audience is generally right-leaning, and I have a Hitman clip of me like absolutely mag dumping into a crowd, and then I go, no, we'll ignore that. We'll ignore those thoughts. All right, let's just talk about like queerness in general and where it came from, like as a transition. So I'm afraid that one might. It probably won't flag because I've done this Hitman thing in a lot of other videos, but. You know, just maybe the context, YouTube, if they manually review it, like someone might get upset. I don't know. I'm writing a line, but it's not that bad. And YouTube standards.
Yeah.
Hopefully you don't get nuked.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Well,
If I do, it's for a week.
Oh, fair enough. Like, just come back.
But it cuts all ad revenue. It cuts all revenue. It'd still fucking suck. Even if it is for a week, I can't upload.
Yeah. You know, man, like, I'm really proud of the community, man. Like, a lot of good creators have come up in our niche, especially. And we're doing very well. Like, I'm really proud of everybody. I mean,
it's like it's like a snowball. Like once a few people start like saying, hey, these ideas are actually like not that crazy, guys, they're not insane, like just hear me out, and then people start nodding and going, oh yeah, that's kind of true. You know, people, it's stupid, but like the bandwagon is real. Like people just socially start to accept it, the ideas more and more as they get presented more often.
I agree. Like I do talk to a lot of people with these ideas, and I'm pretty like after a while I get even the hardest people to like accept at least something, and most people do accept like with like some persuasion they do accept like a majority of my ideas now. So that does tell me that I'm getting better at persuading people, which is good in this line of work, you know.
Oh yeah. Well, my mom loves Hillary Clinton, so if you can talk to her, you know, hopefully you can pull her towards the light a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. But I've seen with older people, it's hard to do. Like, you know.
Oh yeah, she's a boomer.
Yeah, like at a certain age, people just get set in their ways. Not all people, of course. Like there are people who, you know, throughout their life continue to learn. But most people I've seen, they just get set in their ways, man. It's so sad.
Well, we're set in our ways, but you know, most people get to their ways in a very irrational way.
Exactly. Like we're open to argument. Like it's like if tomorrow somebody gave us an argument which is like everything we believe is wrong, like we would accept that. It's just that never will happen because we're right.
Yeah, when I turn 60, I'm just gonna become a communist for the lulz, you know. There you go.
Yeah.
I reject everything.
Yeah.
Oh, Zulu's back. What's up?
Hello.
Yep. Let's go.
Let's get it.
Can now bear with a bigger price, and if you haven't priced girl scrubbers in a while, do so. It's going up. John's saying this. He's making a different bet. He's got a different curve in mind. This is the profit.
You know what he just said there? John's making a different bet. You know what entrepreneurs do? Kirby Elon talks about this all the time. They're betting on what they think is going to happen in the market. They're making predictions. And this is the exact thing that capitalism allows. He's making a different bet, presumably a superior bet. Right? That can only happen under capitalism. It can only happen under capitalism.
No, you see, we just need to give everyone food and water, and then, like, I guess they'll figure the rest out, you know?
Yeah.
Optimization curve, something I didn't know about, but what he's saying, okay, well, the way this works is there is a price that we were operating at. So we were at a high price here. We were making profit here, right? But overall, like, you could sell more scrubbers at a lower price, and ultimately that will mean a higher profit overall. So you sell more quantity at a lower.
Why doesn't he? What if he already knew about this? He already had this made when he had the other thing. Why didn't he integrate this knowledge into the previous thing that he just did with the triangle?
Exactly.
I don't get it.
The triangle was just useless.
You see,
trying
this
to
was
throw
a
us
week
off.
later, actually, when he recorded it.
He's making it so we use all of our brain power to debunking the triangle, and now we're helpless with the half circle.
I love the shapeism.
Price, and that means the area under the curve goes up. So this is profit optimization, right? This is doing it right. The fact that I asked the question, can you make a product in America and be competitive in the market? That is insane. Why was I even to the point where I could ask that question? But I think looking at this now, understanding the types of decisions that John's making now, the answer is unequivocally yes. Like, not only is it a thing that's possible, it's a thing more people should be doing. And the reason we got into this in the first place is if we go back to this thing and we start to look at it and think about it.
We shouldn't go back to that thing. We have debunked that thing, man.
He debunked it himself. I don't get it.
Yeah, he did all the work. Like I said, we could have stopped it at 17 minutes.
Like, was this just like a sunk cost fallacy? Like, he spent so much time on making the triangle demonstration. He's like, oh shit. Turns out it's not quite that. Like, what was it? What for the video thesis? What was the purpose of any of that? Nothing, it seems.
Yeah. We really shouldn't go back to the triangle, man. You yourself debunked that.
No, there's another triangle. Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm sorry, I'm watching a stream. The stream's behind. I was gonna say the supply demand graph was also a triangle.
No, that's a parabola, bro.
Oh yeah, No. It's if you went back, never mind. I just haven't caught up.
The natural progression of.
I think that was like really funny the way he like revealed the triangle again. Like, he's doing his best to save the triangle. I'm just losing my shit over that.
Give up the triangle, man.
I gotta make it relevant for the video.
I put in so much work into making this triangle.
It really is a great triangle. I mean,
yeah,
it is an
almost
awesome
said something
triangle.
Significant.
It is an awesome triangle.
Yeah.
It's not quite right. Anything that it says is not correct. But it is a really cool triangle.
maybe it's just an art piece now. It's not even like a demonstration of economic principles. It's just a pretty nice art piece.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll look back at the triangle when he becomes an Austrian Chad, and he'll be like, hang it up on his mantle as like a reminder every day of how
he's gonna hang it back up on his mantle and say, "Okay, let's go back to this triangle real quick. Here's why it's wrong." He's gonna. This is next video.
I'm making too much money off of it. I gotta like find a way to justify this at some point.
His next video is gonna be he's gonna go back to the triangle. He's gonna explain how it's wrong in clear terms. And that'll be the next video. That's gonna be update number 2.
Yeah.
Well, you see, he put a lot of labor into it, you know, so it has to have some value, right?
Yeah.
Everybody spam triangles in chat. Everybody spam triangle. There's a triangle emoji. Everybody put the triangle emoji into chat. let's continue.
Of just extracting as much as you can without regard to quality or your community, the natural progression is to send the means of production somewhere else. And
oh shit, somebody got done for spamming emotes. Nightbot is not a fan of the triangle. Just put one triangle, and or else Nightbot's not gonna like it. He's only got one triangle in the video. You're only allowed one triangle in the comment.
Oh shit.
Fuck, somebody did a square. Fuck, what's the square of economics? What's the new axis? What's the new
the square, guys? What are we doing with the square?
Ban them. We're not squarist here.
Square putters.
If we think of a new axis, a new thing to optimize for, then we can have a square. Oh shit, now there's a circle. Exploitation, yeah, if we want to maximize exploitation. That's the new, what the fuck do we do for a circle? I don't know what we do for a circle.
Everything. Every factor in the world.
The circle is our belief. Shit, we loop back around. It takes everything into account.
My Nightbot is like, ban them all.
Let's continue.
Basically gut your local community and their ability to produce things. And so I think what I've learned through this whole thing, I wanted to know if I could make something in America because I'm an engineer and I thought this was a technical problem. It's not a technical problem. This is an ethical problem.
No, hang on. He's saying, let's go back to the triangle with our new information. Well, this is clearly an ethical problem. No. No, hang on. You just debunked the triangle. You just showed that it's not the case. You can't just go back to the let's go back to the triangle and assume that's no, you can't do that. You can't just go back to the triangle again after you debunk the triangle.
I debunked my triangle, but like, let's go back to it and assume I'm correct. But in this assumption, which I still hold to be true in my mind, you know, this is the problem with capitalism. There you go, guys.
Wasn't this like whole video though? Like, he said it's like it's an ethical problem, not a technical problem. Wasn't this whole video like the part we just talked about? Like, it was a technical problem that his guy was helping him fix, like the laser printers and shit. Like, wasn't the whole of the video explaining the technical problem?
Yeah,
exactly. And
no, he got it from India. He got it from China though, into India. That's the real problem.
Let's go back to the triangle. This is how it shows that this is a China problem. And here's how it's a China problem. I don't like China.
But stars have triangles in them.
There's so many layers to this. There's so many triangles.
You know, there is this really funny thing out here, which is like he debunks the triangle, brings it up anyway, and then he's like, if we really care about profits, then he sends the goddamn ring outside the viable business triangle, you know, and so technically the business shouldn't be viable, so the business should technically fall. But he's like, oh, what we then do is we send the means of production, communist word, but whatever, we send that outside. Well, not really. Like, can't people care about, like, you know, like once again, as we went back and pointed out, like, this is just, I don't want to ever trade with poor people, you know, like, can't people care about trading with them? Can't keep, and once again, you don't need to sacrifice product, like you don't need to sacrifice quality or well-being here, because like profit takes care of well-being, because if you're making a profit, you're making somebody else's life better as well. So that is well-being. So you need to get rid of the blue guy, you know. The quality thing is not even a problem, because as you yourself showed, you can optimize quality. You know, you could have the same, you could have cheaper products of the same quality if you optimize your line of production. And sometimes that includes letting poor people do jobs as well. I'm so sorry. Like getting a better machine is ethical. It's completely ethical, but like trading with a poor person is where I draw the line. Like that's what I am getting from this. Like what's the ethical problem here?
Or if you want to consult, the stream, yeah, just consult the stream. You'll find out the problem. There's way too many triangles here. I'm seeing a lot of triangles here. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. There's a lot of triangles in this flag. It's too many.
And also, like, it's not trading with poor people that's the problem. It's for some reason China and Costa Rica, because India is fine.
I was gonna say that he has one triangle. The ANCAP flag has two triangles. So like naturally we're better than him. But then like this theory falls apart when we see that China has what is it, like 25 triangles?
What about the fact that the American flag has like fucking 250?
Oh my god! The American flag is it's got more triangles. That's why it's better.
China be better then?
Wait, hold on. Let's bring up Canada. Let's bring up Canada. Enhance.
Oh, Canada's a maple leaf.
Canada's got a lot of triangles in there as well. Maybe it's the more triangles their flag has, that's the better the country.
The country.
Yeah, because he keeps referring back to the triangle, and the
If we
triangle's
refer
true, so
back to the
it's all
triangle.
adding up now.
If we refer back to the triangle, we can see the US has like so many triangles on their flag. China, they got like what, 20 or some shit? Boo.
I love this new philosophical system. This makes life so easy, dude.
Triangleism.
Yeah, just triangle maxing.
Greed takes over, and you have people at the top. I want to use strong language. They're not good people. Ultimately, that trickles down in a way that trickled down.
Hold on, somebody just mentioned something. Enhance, let me bring up the flag from Nepal. This is where he should be getting his stuff from. That's a very triangular flag right there. Yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe that's why he wanted to do India. He thought the Indians were buying it from Nepal. Because it's right next to Nepal, right? But he was like, China? That's not the triangle one.
Does the flag being triangle shaped supersede how many triangles are within a rectangular shape?
It must.
I mean,
it has to, right?
You gotta provide something for them actually making it a triangle, right? Although this one isn't a fucking triangle. This is fake. Fake news. Fake news media on this one. This is the real flag. It's only triangles. Smart every day. You gotta buy from Nepal.
I know nothing about Nepal.
Also, like, look at this guy. Like, look at the argument that he just made, which is once again, if he gets better machines to optimize his lines of production, that is Gucci. That's amazing. We can have that. However, if you trade with a poor person who happens to be on the other side of the border, you're not a good person. You're a bad person. You're an evil, no good person. Why? No answer. Just vaguely pointing to the triangle does not give you an ethical theory.
It's trickle down economics.
Which triangle?
That's what it is. It's trickle down economics.
Triangle down economics. It's the triangle ethical theory. It tells us that we cannot trade with poor people.
The primacy of triangle.
The primacy of triangle.
Labor triangle of value.
Labor triangle.
We gotta do the Illuminati symbol. That's a triangle. There you go.
Economics that I was promised when I was in school doesn't.
Oh wait, back it up like 10 seconds.
Yeah, hold on. He said trickle down economics, I think.
Technical problem. This is an ethical problem. If greed takes over and you have people at the top, I want to use strong language, they're not good people. Ultimately, that trickles down.
Greed, it's taking me. Sorry.
The triangles, they don't trickle down.
I want to use my employees.
He's making like this whole triangle like thing, and he just ends up with like the standard leftist talking point of like, oh, the greedy people at the top don't want to share. It's like all the triangle did was just point to that.
Yeah, like please, Destin, Smart Every Day, just go to the Mises Institute. It's in your same state. Just go there, ask any person there, grab a person from anywhere in the Mises Institute, say, do you believe in trickle-down economics? They'll say, what the fuck are you talking about? No. Absolutely not. Well, that's not what we advocate for. We advocate for trickle-down economics, where the triangles, they trickle down from the top of the triangle down to the base of the triangle. That's the system we advocate for.
No, he walks into the building with his chart. And it just starts preaching to them.
And the entirety of the Mises Institute converts to triangleism.
Yep.
They need to get him up on the lecture bridge.
Articles coming out, and we're like, wait, what is this? They changed their website.
No, the website's currently in a rectangular format. They have it in a triangular format.
The whole monitor changes shape. It's like, what the fuck? What's happening?
Oh my god.
Oh, you got a super chat. Nice.
This currency is not triangular. I don't know what to do with it. But thank you very much, Diego, I'm sure, for the 2,500 cool lay people triangular credits. It's triangular, wasn't included in the name there, unfortunately, because YouTube is racist against triangles. The closest thing you'll get to real trickle-down theory is that rich people buy things because they're humans who eat food and wear clothes. Thank you very much.
And I need you guys to notice that all he did was, like in his triangle, he put the dollar sign to the top and then pointed at the triangle and said, like, people who trade with poor people bad.
Yeah, this is why capitalism's bad. Look at this triangle.
This is why capitalism's bad. Like, there is nothing here. Like, the triangle, even if we just accept the triangle as true, the triangle doesn't tell you that. What do you mean? How did you get from that, from the triangle?
Oh fuck, the play button is shaped like a triangle.
Shit, dude.
Let me click this triangle on the screen and see what happens.
Have we finally got to the conclusion part? Is this the conclusion part of this video?
It should be.
Yeah.
Triangle merge, condo. Thank you for money.
Triangle merge.
I can sell his design on a shirt. Oh my god.
I've seen like punk fashion that has like triangle shaped shirts and shit. Maybe they're onto something.
It's like a triangular garment. A thong.
It's nothing worse than what they use like the Louis Vuitton fucking runways and shit. Like a big triangular like costume that they put on.
Oh my god.
Can you believe we have 200 people watching us laugh at triangles? Holy shit, dude. I fucking love you too. This is peak. This is so peak.
Oh my god.
In a way that trickle-down economics that I was promised when I was in school doesn't. You trickle the encrapification down to all of society, and it's horrible. So what really needs to change is
trickle-down economics 3,000 years ago.
where I just gut my local community in the name of profit.
That's actually the meaning of the Israeli flag. If we go on to the Israel flag. If you want to notice a little something about this flag.
It's 2 triangles.
There's some triangles in there. They were promised the triangle of the Sinai Peninsula. That's a triangle. They were promised it 10 billion years ago.
This flag is just 2 triangles, man. It's just 1 triangle and the other triangle.
There's only one way to make the flag better, and it's
more triangles.
To turn it into a triangle sideways. Yeah, more triangles.
It's all making sense now.
It all makes sense now.
We need to change that and start thinking about long term. What does it look like to have an injection molder in my community? What does it look like to just
I will say a lot of the things he's advocating for here, as Rothbard would describe them, they're triangular interventions.
Have a good product on the shelf where I live. That's the kind of thing we need to think about. That long-term thinking looks like it's foolish in the short term, but it's not. John is thinking about how to make more money, and he's doing it.
Hang on a second. I need to take a screenshot of this. You gotta enhance this.
Enhance. 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 Oh, look, it's a triangle. I can't actually see what's happening. It's the stream's not live.
Yeah, the stream is a little bit lagging, but I'll know.
Yeah, the stream's like 30 seconds behind.
Oh, I see.
It's a triangle. Let's go.
Oh, yep. Wait, get his ear.
So many triangles.
Oh, the space between his finger.
I think we all see the. I think we all see the truth. The truth.
We're discovering the truth in real time on the stream.
Oh god.
Wait a minute. Enhance. That's also a triangle.
Oh god.
And Arco-Econ's just sitting silently like, holy shit, these guys.
I'm laughing my ass off right now, dude. Oh my god.
Imagine he watches this video.
Yeah, I was about to say, imagine. He's like, holy shit, I'm wasting my time.
Imagine he came into the stream on that point.
He's like looking for a certain part.
Someone's joining the stream right now.
Yeah,
he's fucking drawing triangles all over the fucking image.
He's like, what the fuck are these guys doing?
These are capitalism's strongest soldiers.
Yeah.
Man, we've been drawing triangles on his face. That's oh my god.
With classical profit optimization economics now, and all we had to do was stop thinking.
Oh god.
He looks so happy, dude. Holy shit, dude. I'm laughing too much. It's sobering me up. Fuck.
Like burning calories from the amount we're laughing. It's like,
I'll have a 6-pack by the end of the month.
Oh my god. Look at it's pointing at the triangle.
People are building. We have 200 watchers now. They're wanting to see the truth.
Oh,
Dude, 10 people just clicked on the stream, right?
Hold on. I've got something, another thing to enhance.
Uh-oh.
These structures that I'm seeing. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, I see them.
Oh my god.
It wasn't aliens, it was fucking triangles all along.
Triangular economics.
No, the Egyptians knew. They saw the truth for what it was.
He predicted it.
Wait, bring up some hieroglyphics.
Hold on, let me Let's see. Triangle hieroglyphics. There are triangle hieroglyphics.
Right triangle.
We're the dumbest. Hold on. Before I say that. Delta Greek letter. Enhance. Enhance.
This is a journey of discovery.
We're the dumbest fucking people on planet Earth.
Bro, Nicola just joined. Nicola just joined the chat. Like you.
Nicola, you gotta get into the triangle theory of economics.
What context could possibly explain this to him?
I guess we'll have to watch the video again. To give him the context.
We need to watch this whole video again and find more triangles.
Yeah.
Draw triangles over the whole video the whole time.
We'll autistically sit here counting every single possible triangle within the video.
That's why it's such a good video. There's so many triangles.
Triangle.
Oh
That's where we're deriving our pleasure and our knowledge.
In the short term. Okay, so I feel things about this. I will say this.
Somebody said look at the inside of the gas mask. The triangle.
He feels things about the triangle. Oh, God.
Okay.
This last minute is going to be it's 15 seconds left. It's the hardest to get through.
I can't even remember what point he was fucking making to me.
It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. We've long gone past criticizing the video. Is this triangle?
Wait. Look at it. Look at his lapel mic. That looks like a triangle to me.
Oh. The gas mask makes a triangle.
His collar.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the shadow of his collar.
We need a microscope to seep into his the cellular structure that he has to try to find the triangles.
It's gonna be triangular. I already know it.
I ended the last video with a pitch to try to convince people to buy this thing. Now I have data. I understand what people feel when they have one.
Oh, hold on. Is there a triangle on the product?
Look at all the little grooves on it. They're all little triangles. on the circle of the thing. They're like rounded off triangles.
Everything else sold them. Is false, so we can get rid of it more or less. Like we just got to keep that part of the product.
The grooves,
and
just
then
have
like
the
figure
grooves.
out a way.
Casimir, you've joined this game at the wrong point. Wait a minute, Hans. Look at the way the shape of the board is with his arm and the product. It's a triangle.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's a triangle.
So I'll do another pitch, but it's going to be shorter.
Okay.
There we go.
That's it. There we go.
Oh,
Holy
that's
shit.
beautiful.
I got to put a triangle in my name on
Couldn't have
Twitter.
asked for a better conclusion.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
The objectively perfect way to end the critique.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you, everybody who tuned in, especially those who super chatted, and thank you for all of my guest hosts here. Where can people find your channels?
I hope that was a valuable use of your time on this planet. It was an awesome stream. Thank
If you
for
didn't
having
have a
me.
good time in the stream, you're an insanity. You're a crazy person.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the best stream in the world, man. It's the most triangular stream in the world. Let's go.
You gotta change the thumbnail of the stream to be like a triangle or some shit. Put a triangle in it somewhere or something.
People with widow's peaks, are they like the new Aryans?
That's the best hairstyle. That's the best
Someone said goodbye, my triggers.
Man, I really want people to like, you know. I don't even know. I really want the guy to watch the stream. I really want the guy to watch the stream, potentially live. It will be so fun.
He has to watch this. He has to watch this. Everyone, do like it. Zulu, do you like what you did with Dave Smith? Make a fucking 3-hour video on him so he can see the stream or something. Like, make it so he has to watch this.
We need 3 points of the triangle. The posters, the streamers, and Smarter Every Day. That forms a complete triangle. We need to get the posting going, or else the triangle falls, and he doesn't watch the stream.
Floppas have two triangular ears.
My sailboat's a triangle. Look at my profile picture.
Oh, true.
I might be the most triangular out of anyone.
Exactly.
we need to get people on Twitter posting hashtag Smarter Everyday Triangle.
Dude, I'm so sad fucking Galazar missed this, dude. Holy
yeah.
This is the best shit in the world.
Monumental opportunity lost.
I'm so glad we reacted to this video.
Is Pythagorean or God?
Video.
Hold on. Enhance Pythagorean theorem. Enhance. That's a triangle.
Enhance.
What movie is that from? I forgot where the fucking
It's in like every like CSI show and shit like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, but we can close the live split now. We finished out in 3 hours and 38 minutes. We finished one video.
New record. New record.
The world record for finishing one video.
The last 30 minutes is just us losing our shit over driving.
Post this to fucking speedrun.com or some shit. The world needs to see our brilliance.
Exactly.
What's a particularly triangular game where I can post this?
I think YouTube is the most triangular.
Geometry Dash?
Yeah, it's YouTube. YouTube's very triangular.
Yeah.
Is there a shitty Steam game?
Wait, what's that game like fucking where you play as like a couple of shapes? Is there a triangle shape in that game?
Geometry Dash? Yeah,
No.
the fuck said that.
Oh, there's Triangle Mania.
There you go.
$4.
So please make a triangle with your hands that does not block your face. I mean, like this. I mean, the idea is my eye is through it. It's the all-seeing eye. I'm part of the Mossad.
Yeah.
Y'all are more dumb than your alphabet. The haters are not liking this one. Half-Life, that's got a triangle in it. Because the lambda symbol. Thomas was alone, that's it. Oh, they're all quadrilaterals. Never mind.
Ugh.
Boo! Boo!
But a quadrilateral is two triangles, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's true. A quadrilateral is two triangles. That is even more. It's even more triangles.
Every shape is simply made up of triangles, so we always win. You know.
All these triangles make a circle.
The fundamental theorem of geometry. Every shape is triangles.
Mintus Wave isn't a triangle, he's a circle.
Let's see.
Yeah, but a circle is simply like how do you make it? Like let's say you have a triangle, right? And then you add another triangle that's a quadrilateral.
That's just a
Like,
bunch of
now imagine
triangles, I bet.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
I
circle
see.
is like the limit of that triangles. You can imagine it as infinite triangles, you know?
So you take one triangle and you like paste a bunch of triangles rotated by 0.01 angle or whatever, degrees.
Exactly.
True.
Then you get a circle.
all right. Well, let's close this out. We need to end. Do I have any pending super chats?
Juventus wave. We have Juventus wave on the screen.
Okay. Diego Amateur. First example is Cringe and Wine and Pilfer. 1000 CLP. Thank you very much. And another one. 2,500 CLP. The closest thing you'll get to a real trickle down theory is rich people buy things because they're humans who eat food, wear clothes. They already did that. Triangle merch. Yes. That was promised when I was a kid. 8,000 BTC. And then Delta Force. Thank you everybody who donated. Thank you everybody who watched. Thank you especially to our esteemed guest hosts. We'll see